Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Hey. How you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Great. All right. Good morning, Your Honor.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you, sir?
All right.
Sheets, please, sir.
Which one? Oh, police.
Sir,
Here, was Gilmore supposed to come today?
We don't say, we adjourn to schedule.
Right, to the 22nd.
Right, so if they bring him, just give them the time, take him back.
Okay. Let me take care of that.
So.
Katie.
That's, okay.
Morning.
Good morning, how you doing?
All right, how you doing, yeah?
All right. Just waiting on attorneys, folks.
Judge Williams. So, so just. Is it a I think, I don't think gay on the day. I think they agreed themselves. Yeah. Um,
Good morning, Ms. Silver.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right.
What are you here for?
Judge, I'm here with Miss Strain. We have an exam tomorrow morning, and my client is a cancer patient, and he's got his chemo treatment tomorrow. So we're trying to, I just got off the phone with him trying to put together a date that he has 2 more chemo treatments and then he's got radiation. So
What's your client's name?
his name is Anthony Wright.
Calling case number 2305-813-401, people of the state of Michigan versus Anthony Wright. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Gabi Silver appearing on behalf of Anthony Wright. And I would ask to waive his presence this morning. I did just get off the phone with him.
All right, for the waiving defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Judge, this is my request to adjourn our preliminary exam that's scheduled for tomorrow morning. Mr. Wright is a cancer patient. He has chemo treatment tomorrow morning. And then again, 2 weeks from tomorrow. So after speaking with Mr. Wright, he did say that next week would be good towards the end of the week, but I'm going to be in trial. I'm hoping the court could accommodate our exam on August 28th in the afternoon. That would be right before his very next treatment. I'd say the morning, but I have federal court in the morning.
August 28th at 12.
I don't think I'd be done in federal court if we could do it like at 1 or 1:30.
August 28th at 1:30.
Thank you very much, Judge. I appreciate it. Judge, there also is a discovery issue that I know that Ms. Drain has been working on. I'm asking at this point, though, if the court would sign an order for supplemental discovery, so maybe the police would listen to the court's order as opposed to not listening to Ms. Drain.
All right.
I would appreciate that as well.
I'll prepare an order and have it sent over, Judge. Thank you.
All right. I understand you also had an issue about 3 o'clock today.
I do. So that is with Brendan Sawyer. And the issue that I have is I have subpoenaed the medical examiner to testify, and he has COVID and he won't come. He won't come on screen either. He's pretty sick, I guess. So I don't know what the court's pleasure is, if you want to hold it in part.
I guess we could hold it or get as much done as possible.
Yeah, whatever, whatever. We're going to need to come back because I need Dr. Sung to testify and he can't come today. He has
Okay.
COVID.
Let's do that and see how it goes.
Okay. Thank
All right.
you. Yep.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Ms. Drain.
Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth,
Good morning.
why are we back on Lester again?
I was told we have a report,
Or do we? Okay.
but I haven't had a chance to review it. I don't have it.
All right. It's being handed to me now. They find her competent to stand trial.
I guess I would kind of need an opportunity to talk with her again before I can actually decide if I need to stipulate or get an independent.
When are you gonna do that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't hear that.
I said, when are you going to do that?
I was hoping maybe she'd be actually. I'd already when we weren't sure with the status of the forensic center, I'd gotten an independent. So I have one approved through the county for it. So she just hasn't had an opportunity to meet with Miss Bester yet.
You don't think that's a little premature?
The independent?
Yes, and the reason I say that, just said that
Sorry.
you haven't had to talk to her. So if you haven't had a chance to talk to her, how do you know that she's not able to assist her defense or otherwise be competent to stand trial?
I actually got the independent before Miss Bester was incarcerated, and then the new forensic center date was set when we still hadn't received the next date from the forensic center. And my thought was, I was concerned that how far back she might get pushed. So I wanted to have a report as soon as we could. But then
After speaking to Ms. Bester, you may be in agreement with the forensic center that she is competent.
it's possible, yes. And then our independent wouldn't be necessary.
Right, so let's circle back to my original question. When do you plan on speaking to her?
I should be able to, I would imagine I can meet with her this week. Could we come back Friday morning?
Sure can.
Then I will meet with her and kind of see where we are with that, and then plan to be on Friday morning to review the competency, make the determination.
Okay, let me call the case and put that on the record.
Okay.
Calling case number 2206-010801 for the state of Michigan versus Catherine Vessel. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to murder. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
May it please the court, Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Jeffrey Konecki, P 64800 on behalf of Miss Bester.
All right, so we had some off-the-record discussion regarding Ms. Bester, and we do have a report back from the forensic center that finds her competent to stand trial. Mr. Konecki indicated that he has not had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Bester to be in a position to stipulate to that opinion or not stipulate to it and request an independent. So I'm going to give him time to communicate with Ms. Bester, and we'll reconvene on this on Friday, the 18th at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ronald, we continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You too. Good morning, Ms. Watt. Cora Watt, are you there? Mr. Mortimer?
Got it.
Okay, sir, what can I do for you?
Well, I represent Howard Moffett today. He is he's in custody, and if I could, I'd like to have a breakout room with him for a couple of minutes.
I'm not sure if we have him on the screen. Wayne County Jail, what's your name, sir? Sir, in the Wayne County, what's your name?
Howard Moffett.
Oh, that's Mr. Moffett there. You want a breakout room? Hang on a second.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Go ahead and join the breakout room. Cora Watt.
Yes, Your Honor.
What can I do for you, Ms. Watt?
I have Michelle Monroe.
Okay,
Your Honor, may I have a quick breakout room with Miss Monroe?
okay.
Thank
I have the breakout room that's already in progress. Let me see if I can.
you. Okay.
It's not gonna let me do it. I only have one room.
And Miss Drain,
Yes.
I could be overlooking it. Did you send discovery on Monroe?
I sent paper only.
Paper. Okay.
Yes. Yes, I didn't see any digital discovery, and I already emailed the officer in charge a couple days ago requesting it. I still don't have it yet.
Still don't have it. Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Cedric, coming from Judge Jefferson.
Okay, so
Miss Drain, I'm sorry. Can you tell, I've been looking for it and I could be overlooking it. Do you remember what date you sent the paper discovery?
Oh, let me check. It should have been sent on the 11th, August 11th.
Okay, let me see.
I mean, and if you don't get it, I can send it again to you right now.
I'm looking right now. It's not it. I found it. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I'm bring them out to breakout room and put you in there, Ms. White.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This will over to for forensic, all right, brother? Mr. Mortimer, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Back on the record on People versus Howard Moffett, case number 23058321001. People versus Howard Moffett. Appearances again for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. My name is Gregory Mortimer, and I represent Mr. Moffett, who is present and on the Zoom call. Your Honor, we're here for PCC today. We would ask that the case be set for exam.
Mr. Moffett, unmute yourself and tell me your name. I can't hear you, so you're on mute. I guess he doesn't know what mute means. There you go. Tell me your name again, sir.
My name is Howard Moffett.
The court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is August 21st at 11 o'clock?
Could we do it in the afternoon on that day, Your Honor? I've got kind of a busy morning in court.
12 o'clock is afternoon.
2 o'clock?
12.
12?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Okay. 12 o'clock would work.
12 o'clock, will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Everyone enjoy the day.
You too.
Thank you.
Ready, Ms. Watt? On Monroe? Ms. Watt,
Yes,
you ready on Monroe?
I'd ask for a quick breakout room, remember?
That's right. My bad. Go ahead and join us, Monroe. Okay.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm waiting for it to come out. Ready. Okay, we're ready, Monroe.
You gotta be quiet because I'm on.
Case number 2305-832301. People of the state of Michigan versus Michelle Monroe. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Coral Watt appearing on behalf of Miss Monroe, P41508.
Ms. Monroe, unmute yourself and tell me your name.
Michelle Monroe.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Watt?
Your Honor, we'd like to set this matter for a preliminary examination.
Court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination in August 21st at 11 o'clock.
August 21st. Is it possible that we could do it on the 22nd, Your Honor?
22nd is my homicide day.
Oh, okay. Only reason is because I have a trial that day. It's just a one-day trial. Would it be possible to do it on the 23rd?
23rd at 9 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sorry, make that 9:15.
Okay, yes, I have another exam in your courtroom on that morning. So 9:15?
Yes.
Thank you.
Final, we continue. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor. Have a good day, everyone.
You too.
Ms. Johnson, what case are you here on?
Good morning, Judge. I have a second one for Mr. Reader.
So you have a second.
Yes, we had Ronald Reader up for another case, I think this past Friday or Thursday for a PCC. So he has an exam tomorrow and a second PCC today.
Mr. Colasso.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, sir. You're here on Adams?
Yes, I'm standing in for Brent Jaffe.
Okay.
All right. Case number 2305-820901. People of the state of Michigan versus Frederick. Defendant is charged in count 1, criminal conduct, 3rd degree, count 2, domestic violence, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sonam Movsisian on behalf of the people, P83923.
And good morning to Your Honor and your staff. Attorney Scott Colasso standing in for Attorney of Record Brent Jaffe, P84583 on behalf of Frederick Luther Adams, who is present via Zoom. Mr. Adams, can you please identify yourself for the court?
Yes, my name is Frederick Luther Adams, Jr.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, we are going to set this for an exam.
How's August 21st at 11 o'clock?
Judge, I will be at another exam at 11:30 out county.
I can't do this day away from them.
I will be at another exam that morning at 11:30 in another county. Or in an out county.
How about August 23rd at 9:30?
Mr. Jaffe is booked the entire morning throughout many different courts.
August 23rd at 1:30?
That would work.
That works, Judge.
August 23rd at 1:30, final, we continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're all set, Frederick.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Take care.
Thank you, you as well. Name Timothy Woods mean anything to anybody?
No.
No.
Ms. Reed, in about 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have Mr. Reader tomorrow on your docket in person at 11. I'm sorry, I didn't realize he had 2 cases.
And you got for a probable cause conference today. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Calling case number 2305-82-1201. People of the state of Michigan versus Ronald Reader Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1 criminal sexual conduct, 2nd degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brittany Johnson on behalf of the people, P83513.
Good morning, may it please this honorable court, Tatanisha Reed on behalf of Ronald Reader. Your Honor, I'd like to waive his presence and I'd like to set the matter for a preliminary examination.
Where is Mr. Reader?
Your Honor, I'm not sure, but I did not make him aware of this hearing because I thought we had it tomorrow in person. So I can't make an excuse. When I saw his name, I thought it was for the same hearing. Is he in custody though?
That's what I was wondering.
Because last time he was in custody for our last PCC.
Yeah.
Okay, before we waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
Is it the same victim? Because I can do them both tomorrow. I'll have the discovery.
They are brothers, and so that's what I was going to ask you, if you would be comfortable doing them just both tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to get your protective order back to you. I just looked at it yesterday when I was reading Mr. Reader's 11.
11, okay. So you want to set this for exam tomorrow?
Yes, I like to do them both together since they're siblings.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
We'll continue to not guilty and schedule this matter for preliminary examination on August 16th at 11 o'clock. Ronald, we continue.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I ask the prosecutor one more question? Is it the same discovery or is it different discovery?
They have different IRs, but they have the same police report. So I'm going to send over both their separate kids talks when you send back that order. And then I think I forwarded you the police report yesterday, but there should be a separate paper discovery packet.
Yeah, so I read the discovery. We good. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day, Ms. Reed. Good day, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Judge. You too.
on the Zoom. Okay, please say your name, Judge Jackson. Yeah.
Ms. Drain, if you're watching, I need you to log back on.
Hear me?
I see you, Ms. Farrar, trying to get Ms. Drain back.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I was just called by the clerk saying that a court case that was previously in Judge Jefferson's room that I appeared for was just sent over to your docket.
That's correct. That's why I'm trying to contact Ms. Drain. She thought she was done for the day.
Oh, I apologize.
All right, Ms. Drain, we have one more, Cedric Allen.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-8309. People of the state of Michigan versus Cedric Allen. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence aggravated.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Sahar Faraj appearing on behalf of Mr. Cedric Allen. For the purposes of this PCC, Your Honor, we ask that this court waive his presence.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
I set this for examination, Your Honor.
How's August 21st at 11 o'clock?
One. That works for defense, Your Honor.
Yeah, you got a win. Okay. August 21st at 11 o'clock, Ronald, you continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Ms. Faraj, do you have all the discovery?
All I have is the police report, Ms. Drain. So if I could get the 911 and any body cam sent over, I appreciate it.
Okay, great. And okay, I'll look up the case. All right, thank you very much. Sorry about that, Judge. Usually I stay on a little longer. Okay.
Our prosecutor side is here. I'm not sure about, I haven't seen any defendant or attorney, defense attorney.
Okay. Gotta be something.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yes, we want to turn everybody else is present. Yes, you do. Thank you.
Yeah.
She's here. She's out too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. Or by hearing, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Mahogany, Norfleet. Calling case 22-60107 for the state of Michigan versus Mahogany Shire Norfleet. Defendant is charged in count 1 operating while intoxicated causing death. Count 2 reckless driving causing death. Count 3 operating license suspended revoked denied. Count 4. It's really not a count. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, and may it please the honorable court, APA Jonathan Pitts, appearing on behalf of the people, P 85288.
And good morning, Judge, Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Filkowitz, PA 1653 on behalf of Mahogany Norfleet, who stands to my left. Ms. Norfleet, will you state your name for the judge, please?
I'm sure you were.
There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
I mean,
3 today, and then as we discussed at prior proceeding, depending on how that testimony goes, I have 1 more witness that I need to be
having preliminary matters before we begin.
Yes, I would initially request a mutual sequestration of witnesses with the exception of the counsel.
I would join in that request, Judge.
Any objection to the last hearing?
As long as he's not testifying, no objection.
He's not, I don't believe he'll testify here today, but if he was testifying, there should be an exception.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Also, folks that are in the courtroom, if you are a potential witness, I'm ordering you to step out of the courtroom. If you remain knowing that you are in fact a witness or a potential witness, and may testify at another date, you may be preventing yourself from doing so. Remain here today. And let me also say that I know that these kinds of cases can be rather emotional, and quite frankly, I don't know who any of you people are, but there are to be no disturbances in this courtroom whatsoever. For whatever reason, you're unable to control yourself, to excuse yourself, do that. I don't want to be put in a position to where if you do make disturbances in the courtroom, that you won't be able to walk out those doors, you'll be going out the door to the side of it. Don't discriminate. I don't care who you are or what side you fall on. Okay? So that we're clear. With that, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I also believe that we have a stipulation that the victim in this matter was identified as Omar Journey, the rider of the motorcycle or moped struck on October 9th, 2022 on East Jefferson.
That's correct, Judge, for exam purposes only.
Court receives that stipulation.
I would also move for the admission of what I previously marked as People's Exhibit 1. It's a report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner with a post-mortem examination performed on Omar Journey. Is admissible under MCL 766.11B, subsection 1B.
And as to Exhibit 1, no objection for exam purposes only.
Admitted.
Permission to approach?
Yes.
Thank you. If I may just publish a brief portion for the record.
Yes.
People's Exhibit 1 is a report from Dr. Lee Lavity regarding a post-mortem examination performed on Omar Journey. It is Dr. Lavity's opinion that death was caused by multiple injuries sustained as a driver of a motorcycle involved in a collision. Dr. Lavity opines that the manner of death is an accident. This was performed on October 19th, 2022. And with that, Judge, we will call Agent Sean Williford to the stand.
Sean Williford?
Williford, yes.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with the spots next to me. Voice of nice and loud, speak to the microphone. No problem. Great.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Good morning. Can you please state your name again for the record?
Sean Williford.
And how are you employed?
I'm with Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Border Patrol.
And what is your role with U.S. Border Patrol?
I'm a, multi-role, but I am Border Patrol agent, as well as a K-9 handler, as well as I've been assigned out to Detroit Police Department Gang Intelligence Unit for approximately coming up on 8 years.
And have you ever served in any other law enforcement capacity?
No.
Do you recall the evening of October 9th of 2022?
Was I called?
Do you recall that evening?
Oh, do I recall? Yes.
Where were you?
I was actually on my way home for the end of my shift over with Border Patrol.
And where approximately was that?
Jefferson and Boulevard, in that area, right by the Tim Hortons and the gas station over there.
Is that near Field Street?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up.
In any event, is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
And is that Wayne County, Michigan?
Yes,
And you said you were on your way home from work?
correct. I was the end of my shift.
Did you make it home?
Yes.
Before
Eventually.
you made it home, did anything unusual happen?
I was driving, which would be westbound on Jefferson, and I rolled up on a pretty bad accident.
You say you rolled up on it.
Yeah, I was just driving. There wasn't a call out or I didn't hear anything on the radio at the time. It just came out there. I just rolled into a bad accident.
And what did you see?
Initially, what I saw was debris all over the road. When I got there, EMS was already there. There was initially debris all over the road, and then there was a vehicle a little bit further up, maybe like the equivalent to like half a block. And there was like a badly damaged, well, it wasn't a motorcycle, it was more like a scooter, like, I don't know how to get the technical name of that type of scooter would be, but like a Vespa or something like that. It wasn't a full-on like RV or like a sport bike or anything.
Do you remember where those two vehicles were positioned? Let's call it moped and the other vehicle?
Well, the motorcycle was all over. It was parts scattered for, half a block at least. Equivalent to half a city block. And the car was further up ahead of most of the people.
Do you recall if there was a stoplight in that area?
Yes.
And where was everything in relation to the stop?
The stoplight was basically where the debris, if I remember correctly, I didn't type a report, but if I remember correctly, the stoplight was basically the beginning of the scene, and then it extended, like I said, about a half a block. I don't have exact measurements, but it was quite a ways up.
Could you describe the, not the motorcycle, but the other vehicle?
I believe it was a Kia, but I'm not 100% sure. This was a year ago, and again, I didn't type a report on it because I just held the scene until the DD officers got there. But it was a car, it wasn't an SUV. And it had some damage to it.
Did you see any people on scene?
Well, there were a multitude of witnesses. EMS was already there and had transported the gentleman. And there was the occupant of the vehicle that was involved in the accident too.
You said the occupant of the vehicle involved in the accident. How did you know that individual?
From the witnesses.
Did you make any observations regarding that individual?
Excuse me again.
Did you make any observations regarding that individual?
Yes, I did make observations. To me, not trained in drunk individuals, but to me, in my personal experience, she was clearly drunk. She smelled of alcohol, and she was very hysterical.
Okay, you said you don't have training regarding identifying intoxicated individuals. Have you been around individuals?
Yes,
intoxicated?
yes, I've testified in other OWI cases, in DWI cases.
And approximately how many times do you think you observed an intoxicated individual?
Personally observed? Yes. Hundreds.
And you specifically mentioned that you believed her to be a drunk. What were your reasons for that?
The smell of alcohol, the erratic behavior, everybody else on the scene basically drew the same conclusion too, that she was drunk.
Objection, hearsay, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So she was clearly intoxicated. She was very all over the place, hysterical, I guess is a way to describe it. Smelled alcohol. She just wasn't acting like what I would consider a person not under the influence of something.
Do you recall any statements she was making?
No, I don't. So scratch that. I guess you could say she was saying things of the sort like I didn't mean to, be okay, stuff like that. But I don't have you know, I didn't, again, this is about a year ago. I didn't, this, for this instance, it wasn't required for my age.
And could you describe that individual?
She was a Black female. That's pretty much the recollection I have.
What did you do next?
I radioed out for, well, after talking to EMS, I talked to those guys for a hot second. I detained the female, put her in handcuffs that she wasn't acting erratically. That actually took me and I believe one of the EMS guys helped. Especially, well, this was after EMS told me that they didn't think he was going to be able to.
Objection, hearsay, and ask to be stricken from the record.
Well, I detained her and then, well, before I detained her, I called over the radio and let Detroit Police Department know that, you know, this was going to be an accident. And then definitely sent some officers out to address this accident.
Did some officers arrive eventually?
Yes.
And what did you do with respect to the illegal detainee?
I basically we swapped cuffs, I handed them off to her. Let them know that there was one guy, I didn't take all the information. There was one guy that stood by who was a witness. I don't know if that's, if he's gonna be a witness here today, but there was one guy that I know that who stayed on the scene specifically to be a witness because he said he actually saw the accident occur. So I pointed out the individuals that were willing to talk to them, let them know what occurred. And then like I said, I handed the predator off and I asked them if they needed assistance. I helped them put a tape to secure the scene. And then after that, I completed my duty.
And with respect to that individual that you handcuffed, did you ask that individual any questions?
No, I didn't. I mean, I didn't ask her any questions directly, other than basically placing her in handcuffs and making sure she was okay.
No further questions, Judge.
Just briefly, Agent Wilford, you testified that on October 9th, you are on your way home from the end of your shift.
Correct.
And this is approximately what time?
I'm not sure of the exact time, but I believe it was in the area. Normally I get off around, depends on what time I start. So it had to probably be between like 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock somewhere in that ballpark.
It's nighttime.
Yeah, it's nighttime.
It's dark outside.
Yeah, it's dark outside. I couldn't give you, so like I said, normally I am assigned to Detroit Police Department, but there was a brief period, well, not brief period, there was a period of time where my daughter, I was responsible for getting my daughter back and forth to school. So on the weekends, I would work patrol to make up for the time that I would miss during the week, getting my daughter back and forth to school.
Understood. And you mentioned that you were off duty. So just to be
No,
clear.
technically, I was not off duty.
Okay, so you were still on your shift.
I'm a K-9 officer, so I take my, I have a K-9 vehicle, I take home, I'm not off duty until I hit my garage.
Okay. And you're on duty, but you're on your way home.
Yes.
And you're heading west on Jefferson.
Correct.
And you mentioned that you saw what appeared to be a bad accident.
Correct.
And this was at the intersection of Jefferson and what?
I'm not sure of the exact, I know it's in the area of Jefferson and the boulevard, before the Bell Isle entrance is before that.
Before the Belle Isle entrance. So you're you're east of Belle Isle.
Correct.
And is your vehicle outfitted with dash camera?
No.
And are you, when you were on duty, outfitted with a body camera?
No.
So your words looking where you rolled into a bad accident and you saw debris on the road.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that you saw what appeared to be a scooter, a motorized scooter.
It was something not, it was of a motorcycle variety, but it wasn't a motorcycle. It was one of the more leisurely, like scooters where you sit with your feet in there, that type of, it's not a full-on motorcycle.
And on that motorcycle, did you see any rear lights?
That I can't.
Did you see any front lights on the motorcycle?
Can't remember.
Did you see whether there was a helmet anywhere on scene?
There was a helmet.
There was a
I
helmet.
believe there was.
Well, but you testified that when you arrived on scene, EMS was already there, right?
Yeah, I believe there was a helmet. They took them, so I can't be 100% sure as to whether they took it or not, but I believe there was some type of safety equipment that he was wearing.
And when you say they took him, to be clear, when you arrived on scene, the individual suspected of riding the motorized scooter was not on scene?
No.
And you indicated that you didn't type a report. But you were still on shift, right? And you're actively involved in this investigation.
Well, I gave him my information. It's not, so it's kind of at our discretion unless we're actually doing the arrest, whether it rises to a level of report.
So you arrive on scene, right?
Right.
You see an accident.
Yes.
You suspect foul play.
Yes.
You suspect drinking.
Yeah.
You put someone in handcuffs.
Yeah.
And you don't write a report.
No.
You mentioned that after you had an individual secured in handcuffs, you called for backup.
Didn't call for backup.
Did you call?
I put it out on the radio initially when I arrived on scene, and let my agency know that I was out. And one of my other agents also came to the scene.
Okay.
But I was, again, the first one there. And then I put it out on the Detroit police.
Okay, and when you say you put it out, you mean just through your internal dispatch system?
No, we have direct communication with Detroit.
Did you call 911?
No.
I was just looking for clarification.
Okay, no problem.
It's your system, your communication with police. It's not a standard 911 call that you're.
No, we have direct communication over our border patrol radio. And again, I'm attached to Detroit Police Department, so I have a Detroit Police Department radio too.
And do you know whether those dispatches are recorded and or documented in any way?
Yes.
Are they audio recorded?
Yes. Oh, for Detroit, yes.
Okay.
For my side, I am not 100% sure.
So when you put out the call to Detroit, is that something that you would believe would have been recorded?
Yes.
Just one moment. I have no further questions.
No regret, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mike Scheme from the stand.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to it. Let's pull that door open, have a seat. Speak to that microphone, it'll be to you. Begin when you're ready.
Thanks, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please say your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Mike Skeen.
Thank you. And are you employed, Mr. Skeen?
No, I'm not.
Do you recall the evening of October 9th, 2022?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were on that evening?
Yes, I was at my fiance's apartment.
And generally speaking, there's an approximate location, where is that?
It's right there, approximately 1 block away at the beach.
I don't need the exact location. Did you eventually leave that apartment?
Yeah, I left.
And do you remember approximately what time?
No,
Was it daylight, nighttime?
nighttime,
And when you left, were you on foot? Were you driving?
driving.
Where were you driving?
I was driving on East Jefferson going west.
Where approximately on East Jefferson?
I don't know the street, but it's right by a gas station. Right by Bell Line.
What direction in relation to the entrance to Belle Isle on Jefferson?
It would be on my left-hand side.
So that means you were east of Belle Isle?
So the south end of Bell Line. I mean, north end, sorry, north end.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, it is.
And that's Wayne County, Michigan?
Yes.
When you were in that area, did anything memorable happen?
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
I saw a vehicle hit it. Gentleman had a light.
Okay. When you say, well, why don't we back up? Where were you positioned?
I was coming to a red light. I slowed down approximately about 100 feet before the red light.
Okay, so you're slowing down?
Right, slowing down. There was a gentleman on a moped in front of me on my left as the light already stopped.
And you say he's on a moped. You were able to see that vehicle?
Yes.
Did it have lights on?
Yes, it had a tail light.
Did it have a headlight?
I couldn't tell you, I was behind.
And you said it was nighttime.
Yeah, and yeah, I didn't pay attention to it.
Could you describe just the lighting in this area where there's streetlights?
Yeah, the gas station was fully lit. The light is actually just right at the gas station.
So you were able to see the moped?
Yeah.
And what happened next?
As I was slowing down to prepare to stop at the stoplight, which I was actually looking at the through. I looked at my rearview mirror, I saw a vehicle approaching fast. And I was like, it's going on red light. And of course it did. The gentleman had the light.
That's the moped rider you were just describing? And what happened?
Excuse me. Before I got to the light, I saw the accident, saw the guy got hit. My truck in park, put my four-ways on. I ran out. I couldn't get to him. I had to stop at the traffic. The lady finally stopped at the next light up. The reason why I know it's a lady's because she came out of her car, looked at her car, and fell down and started crying. I stopped in traffic, called 911. Finally, a lady that came out of the car, who was a nurse, she said, "Could you please go help him? I've been trying to stop the traffic from going." I didn't want nobody to get hit, him or her. And that was it.
And if I could just back up 1 second. You said when you were approaching the light, it was red. Was it still red when the vehicle was impacted?
Yeah. It was still red when before. It was still red when she hit him.
And how long would you say did it take for her to stop after the impact? Did you hear tires screeching or squealing before the impact?
I was still in my vehicle window closed. I didn't hear no screaming. All I saw was the gentleman. The moped flew, she flew. All of a sudden, she stops about 100 feet, gets out of her car, looks at her car, screaming, and she just went on her knees and cried, yelling and screaming, crying.
And based on how fast you saw other traffic moving on Jefferson, how fast was the vehicle that you just described?
Yeah, it was 30, 40.
Did it appear to
Objection, Your Honor, he has no personal knowledge as to the speed of the vehicle. Or is he an expert and can testify as to how fast?
It was very fast where there's no way it was helping the person.
Judge, I wasn't asking for the exact speed. I was asking how fast it was traveling relative to other traffic, which he is 100%. I don't know if he's capable of answering, but he's
I was a professional driver for 16 years.
Also, professional driver.
I was a postal contractor for downtown semi for local postal.
So you've seen traffic on Jefferson before?
Yes.
And you've seen traffic on roads similar to Jefferson?
Yes, I've seen.
And relative to that other traffic that you've seen, how fast did it seem this vehicle? Faster or slower?
Fast.
And could you describe the individual that stepped out of the car that you're describing?
No, I can't.
What gender were they? Do you know,
I knew it was a female.
do you know what race they were?
Yes.
What race were they?
Black.
Were there anyone else in the car?
No, I didn't see anybody else.
And did you stay in that area or did you?
I stayed there.
And while you were there, did you see police arrive?
Yeah.
What did the police do?
Police started stopping traffic, blocked traffic. They went to the lady and they were just doing a normal police routine.
What did they do with respect to the driver?
I tell them that they handcuffed her and put her in the vehicle.
Did you see anyone else get handcuffed that night?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Mr. Scheme, I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions. If there's anything that's unclear, just stop me. I'll follow up and clarify, okay? On October 9th of 2022, you are driving your vehicle westbound on Jefferson, right?
Correct.
And you're near Belle Isle.
Correct.
And what sort of vehicle are you in?
Yukon.
A big truck?
Yes.
And are you the only occupant of that vehicle?
Yes.
You testified that you were pulling up to a red light, correct?
Correct.
And you were slowing down, obviously, in anticipation to stop.
Correct.
I think you said you wished it was gonna turn green.
Right.
I think we all wish that sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. So you're at a slow roll coming up to the red.
Correct.
And then you see a gentleman on a moped to your left.
Correct.
So he is in front of you to your left.
Correct.
How many lanes are on this part of Jefferson, if you can recall?
3.
Okay, so you're in the right lane,
No, I was in the center.
you're in the center lane, and then the moped is in the left lane. This gentleman on the moped, he wasn't wearing a helmet, was he?
No.
I want to talk about who else was present at the time of the accident, okay? So you're in your Yukon in the middle lane, right? There's the, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Then there's the moped in the left lane
Correct,
and another vehicle that, in your words, hit the moped.
correct.
Any other vehicles that you saw on Jefferson at that light at the time of the accident?
No, no.
Do you know if there was, you, strike that. You mentioned that a lady came out of her car who was a nurse, right?
Correct.
That's not the driver of the vehicle involved in the accident.
No,
is it?
correct.
And this lady who came out of her car, the nurse, was she on scene at the time that the
No.
car hit the motorcycle?
No.
Or the, okay. So as far as you recall, and I don't need to beat a dead horse, it was really just the three of you on scene on Jefferson at the time of the accident.
Yes, I can't say that. I mean, because when it happened, I wasn't paying attention to that. I just put my lights on four-way and got out of the vehicle, saw other vehicles approaching at a speed, and I was stopping them from continuing.
I understand. And you were saying you stopped traffic,
Yes,
and then you called 911.
yes.
Approximately how long after the accident itself did you call 911? 1 minute, 2 minutes, if you.
About 2 minutes, not even that. It's-
And did you see anybody else on scene call 911?
No,
And you said you waited on scene. I know you waited for the officers to arrive. Is that right?
yeah,
And EMS also arrived on scene. Do you know approximately how long, only if you know, it took for EMS to arrive on
no,
scene?
I wasn't, no.
You testified that the vehicle that hit the moped was going fast.
Yes,
I think you also used the numbers 30 to 45 as in the speed.
yes,
In Jefferson, to your knowledge, that part is a 45-mile-an-hour road, correct?
I can't tell you. No, I didn't go that fast.
Just one moment, Judge. I have no further questions. Oh, strike that, Judge. I do. Mr. Steen, have you had anything to drink that night?
No, I don't.
Have you smoked any marijuana that night?
I haven't smoked.
Have you used any substances that night? And Mr. Steen, do you have any prior convictions for theft
No.
or dishonesty in the last 10 years?
No.
Okay, larceny, nothing like that? I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, no.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
People call Officer Joseph Maloof to the stand.
So please give your name and spelling. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat as witness box next to me. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, officer. Good morning. Would you please say your name again for the record?
Joseph Maloof, Maloof.
And how are you?
I'm a police officer for the city of Detroit
How long have you served in that capacity?
for 4 years.
And did you ever work with any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, I was a police officer in Cookeville, Cookeville, Police Department in Tennessee for 2 years.
Any other law enforcement agencies?
Not law enforcement. Prior to that, I was a paramedic for 25 years.
And were you working with the Detroit Police Department on October 9th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Were you working with anyone that day?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Kevon, Kebon, Webb.
And is that also a police officer?
Yes, sir.
What were you and Officer Webb doing?
We were assigned to patrol that night in Scout 7-9.
And were you ever dispatched to the area of East Jefferson near Field Street?
Yes, sir, we were.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
Is that Wayne County, Michigan?
Yes, sir.
And did you ultimately arrive at that location?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what time approximately you arrived at that location?
Ballpark, I believe it would have been about 11, 12 p.m. You were taking from me?
So I'm sorry, I'm not saying 11 or 12, you're saying 11, 12 p.m.
Correct.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
We arrived on scene. There was debris in the street. There was a group of people standing on the corner. There was a border patrol police officer standing in the middle of the street. In front of him was an individual who would later be identified as the defendant, who was seated on the ground, I believe in an Indian style position, with her hands handcuffed behind her back.
Did you see any vehicles?
I do recall there was a vehicle farther down the scene that was crashed, I remember seeing a motorcycle that was badly damaged.
And when you say further down the scene, just approximately speaking, how far apart?
Oh, the vehicles were actually had some significant distance between them. As I recall, maybe around 80 feet. I didn't measure the scene, so I'm just taking a best recollection guess.
Understandable, that's all I'm asking for. And how about the total area where this debris is? You don't remember
It could have been as large as 3,000 square feet.
And did you see damage on those vehicles?
I don't remember the details of the damage of the offender's vehicle, but I do remember the motorcycles broken into many, many pieces and scattered throughout the entire debris field of the crash site.
Just generally speaking, when you're talking about that other vehicle, not the motorcycle, are you talking about a car, a truck? What type of vehicle was it?
I would have to refer back to my report. I don't recall from memory.
You believe reading your report might refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. The factually based information.
Thank you. With that, Judge, I'd ask permission to refresh your recollection. Do you have a copy of that up there?
Yes, sir. I do. As the report reflects, there was a 2021 Kia Forte, Michigan plate ELB0360 with a VIN ending in 7804.
And did you see anyone in that vehicle when you arrived on scene?
I did not.
You previously referenced the defendant. Who do you mean when you say the defendant?
Her name was Mahogany. Can I glance back at my report again? My apologies.
If they were reviewing the report, refresh your recollection as to that fact?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall that fact?
I remember the first name was Mahogany, the last name is escaping for the moment.
Then I would request that you be familiar with it.
That would be Mahogany Norfleet.
And how did you identify that?
I recall she self-identified. She was asked to identify herself. And then later ran her through lean, identified her picture. There's several things that are done to confirm one's identity. And that would have been a cross between her statements of self-identification and the lien entry information in the computer that's entered by the Secretary of State.
Your Honor, I'm not judging this right. What would have been done in this case instead of what was actually done to verify the identity?
Were those things done?
Yes, sir.
And do you see that individual, of course, there?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe something that she's wearing?
Black shirt. She has at least one braid on each side of her head with gold chains around her neck and tattoos on her left arm.
And where is she seated?
She's sitting to your left at the defense table.
And at the defense table, where is she seated at the defense table?
She would be to your far left.
I would ask for the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
So no.
And also, do you have training identifying intoxicated individuals?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that training for us?
That's right. I have standardized field sobriety testing, preliminary breath testing, data master testing, and advanced roadside impairment detection enforcement training.
Approximately how many hours of training have you completed?
Can I ask the witness for clarification as to what he's looking at? He's answering these questions.
He's like a manning judge, but.
Your Honor, it appeared to me that the witness was looking down at a report.
His hands looking.
Okay, understood.
Could you just give us an approximate estimate of how many hours of training?
I would say be in the neighborhood of 100 hours.
And aside from that training, do you have experience observing individuals that you knew to be intoxicated?
Yes, sir.
And does that extend back to your time as a EMT?
EMT, paramedic, and police officer? Yes, sir.
In the line of duty, do you have an estimate of how many individuals you've seen that have been intoxicated? Very
But
general.
we're talking, that could be as many as 1,000 people.
So based on your training and experience, what are some signs of intoxication that you look for?
So signs of intoxication are going to be red watery eyes, slurred speech, unsteady gait when walking, unbalanced, unable to follow simple commands, diminished fine motor skills. Sometimes it's also characteristics of anger, confusion, emotional mood swings, heavy smells and intoxicating beverage about their person. Sometimes people are so intoxicated that they urine on themselves and they vomit. Those would be most of the primary badges of intoxication.
And did you make any observations regarding the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Were any of those consistent with intoxication?
Yes, sir.
What characteristics?
She had a very strong odor of intoxicating beverage about her person, red watery eyes, she was just constantly talking. She seemed to be having mood swings where she would be crying and then she would be mad and then she would be calm again. And she kept running through these cycles of emotional changes. She seemed unsteady on her feet a little bit when walking. I do remember that, having to hold her.
What about her speech?
Her speech was, it was slurred. I remember her having trouble organizing her thoughts. At one point, she couldn't remember how to spell her first name.
And have you had a chance to observe the defendant here today?
Yes, sir.
And just for comparison purposes, how does that compare to the night of October?
It's tremendously different.
How so?
Today, she's seated quietly and calmly and appears to be in a very stable emotional state. As previously stated on scene, her conduct was not like that at all.
Okay, after you arrived on scene, what happened next? What did you do next?
I took a quick report from the Border Patrol officer. He made statements to me about what he had seen and what he had done. At that time, she stood up. I walked her back to the patrol car.
Let me stop you right there. When you say she, who are you referring
to? The defendant.
Okay, and what did you do with the defendant?
I then escorted her back to my scout car. We would have switched, we switched handcuffs there at some point, so the Border Patrol officer could get his back, and I put my handcuffs on her. She was seated in the back seat, and then I sat in the driver's seat with her, and then my partner proceeded to conduct the investigation and the interviews, and I stayed with her.
And while she was in cuffs, did you or your partner, or did you see anyone else at the scene ask her any questions about the crash specifically?
No, sir, I did not.
Did she make any statements?
She talked nonstop for an hour, no, sir. Yes, she made many statements.
And what were those statements in response to? Were they in response to questions? How were those statements?
Oh, no, the only questions I would have asked her would have been administrative in nature, name, birthday, address, maybe vehicle information. But I did not ask her any questions that would have been intended to solicit an incriminating response.
What do you recall about the statements that she did make?
I remember her saying that her girlfriend asked if she wanted to go, she had gone to the casino and was drinking with friends. She knew she shouldn't have been doing that. She had made statements about needing alcohol therapy and a history of alcohol abuse. And she knew she shouldn't have been driving. And she asked if she killed the man on the motorcycle that she hit.
And what did you do next?
I remember receiving an order from Sergeant Bryson to transport her to the defendant to the DDC for data master training. I'm sorry, testing.
What's the DDC?
The Detroit Detention Center. It's our jail that people are processed into upon initial arrest.
And did you ultimately do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember approximately what time you made it to the DDC?
I don't recall, sir. That would be in the CAD radio log. I don't have that with me.
And what did you do once you got to the DDC?
We would have taken her into the data master. I took her into the data master testing room, observed her for 15 minutes on body cam, observed her to ensure that she did not have a mask on, belch, vomit, have anything in her mouth, or wearing a surgical mask. And then I read her chemical test rights to take the data master testing. She consented, and the test was administered.
If we just back up 1 second, you said you took her into the data master testing room. Could you just describe for the record what a data master is?
The data master, it's what people blow at the jail to measure the amount of alcohol in their body.
And you've had training on that device you mentioned earlier?
Yes, sir, I'm state certified.
Was that certificate in effect in October of 2022?
Yes, sir, it still is.
And you mentioned your general training, but how many hours of training specific to the data master do you believe you've had?
I'd say about 10 hours.
Have you run data master tests prior to October of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Do you know approximately how many times you've run a data master?
No, sir. I'll just have to give you an educated ballpark guess if that's what you're asking for.
That'd be perfect.
Maybe 100.
And generally speaking, when you administer a data master test, what happens? What's the procedure?
As previously stated, make sure that the arrestee doesn't have anything in their mouth. They're not wearing a surgical mask. Make sure they don't belch, vomit, hiccup, or place anything in their mouth during a 15-minute period. Then you read the chemical test rights to them, ask for their consent. If they agree, a plastic mouthpiece is put on the tube of the testing machine. They're asked to stand up and walk forward as far as they can to the table where the machine is placed, to place their lips around the mouthpiece of the tube, to create a seal, to blow as hard as they can, and to do not stop until I tell them to.
And after that happens, what typically happens after that?
They follow the instructions, and the test results print off on the printer right there next to the machine.
And was that procedure followed in this instance?
Yes, sir.
Did the data master appear to function normally the entire time?
No, it did not.
What happened?
On the first test, it read interference.
And what did you do in response to that?
The manufacturer's instructions and the state require us to begin that procedure over again. So I would have started from the beginning. I would have observed her for 15 minutes, make sure she didn't place anything in her mouth, belch, vomit, have hiccups, have the test administered again. Having her wrap her lips around the tube, which would have been a new tube, I would have used the same one. Asked her to take a deep breath, wrap her lips around the tube, create a good seal, blow as hard as she can, and do not stop until I tell her to.
And what did the machine do?
It had a successful test with a result on both of her samples.
Commissioner Bruce, Judge?
Yes.
Handed you what I previously marked as People's Exhibits 2 and 3. You recognize these documents?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
This is the data master subject test results.
So, could you explain what's our People's Exhibit 2? What's People's Exhibit 2?
People's Exhibit 2 is the initial test result. As previously stated, it read interference. This printout reads the same as supporting evidence of what I'm saying. It says subject sample interference.
Let me stop you right there. So is People's Exhibit 2 a fair and accurate copy of what was produced by the machine?
Yes.
Okay. And what about People's Exhibit 3? What's that?
It's the second battery of data master testing that was conducted subsequent to the initial interference.
So what does the interference mean?
So interference means the machine is, it's sampling something in the environment that it doesn't like, such as perfume, or maybe cleaners and chemicals that might be too close by or had just been used near the machine. And if that doesn't read a negative sample with no interference and nothing in the atmosphere or environment, it'll purge the machine and then you'll have to conduct the test over again from the beginning.
Okay. People's Exhibit 3, is that a fair and accurate copy of what the machine produced on that second test?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I move for the admission of both People's Exhibit 2 and.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to object on the grounds that I don't believe the people have established that consent was validly given. I will be doing my cross on that portion. If the court would hold its ruling in abeyance with regard to the admissibility of the exhibit, that would be my ask. Yes, sir. Officer Malou, you testified that you brought Miss Norfleet back into your data master testing room. Is that right?
Yes.
And she's secured in handcuffs at this point?
Yes.
She's seated on a chair directly in front of you?
Directly to my right.
And you're in uniform?
Yes.
And you have your firearm secured on in your holster?
Yes.
And is it just you two in that room, or are there other officers as well?
No, it would have been just the two of us.
Okay, and she can't go anywhere at this point, right?
Correct.
She's not free to leave.
Correct.
And you testified that you read her, the rights that go into, straight that. You essentially read her a document advising her of what a data master test is, right?
Yes.
And that is essentially the form that you use to elicit consent from a person who's the subject of the data master test, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you read that form to Ms. Norfleet.
Yes.
And at the end of reading it, I think it took about 90 seconds, right?
Yes.
You read it and you say, all right, will you take this breath test? Right?
Yes.
And she hesitates, right?
I don't recall her hesitating.
And she says, yes.
She would have had to have, or I wouldn't have given the test.
Okay. Do you recall her saying, can I refuse it now?
I do not recall.
Would looking at your body camera footage help refresh your recollection as to whether she said that?
Okay.
Yes, it would.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach? I can do that. I can log into the Zoom. Your Honor, I was just gonna refresh recollection, but maybe it might make sense to just play the couple minutes of it in its entirety of the administration of the test, if that works.
Any objection?
No, Judge, I would just ask that we stipulate the admission of body cam footage as defense exhibits A or something, just so it's all.
That's fine.
Admitted.
All right, Granted, for the record, it's starting at 1 hour and 28 minutes. Audio.
Mute yourself.
Well, now I'm on.
And now you're there.
Share audio.
It's probably the issue. Sharing. Yeah.
Can you guys call Charles or Charlie, who works second, third shift? His mom's a detective, or my stepfather, who works for.
I need to read you something.
Oh, okay.
I need to read you something. So listen, I'm a police officer. You're under arrest for the offense of operating a vehicle while intoxicated due to the consumption of alcoholic liquor, a controlled substance, other intoxicating substance, or a combination. I'm requesting that you take a chemical test to check for alcohol and or controlled substances or intoxicating substances in your body. If you were asked to take or took a preliminary breath test before your test, you must still take the test I'm offering you. If you refuse to take this chemical test, it will not be given without a court order, but I may seek to obtain such a court order. Your refusal to take this test shall result in the suspension of your operator's or chauffeur's license and vehicle group designation or operating privilege, and an additional 6 points to your driving record. After taking my chemical test, you have a right to demand that a person of your own choosing administer a breath, blood, or urine test. You will be given reasonable opportunity for such a test. You are responsible for obtaining a chemical analysis of a test sample taken by a person of your own choosing. The results of both chemical tests shall be admissible in judicial proceedings and will be considered with other admissible evidence in determining your innocence or guilt. Will you take this breath test? Mahogany, will you take this breath test?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Can I ask you any questions? Okay. So, based off of what you just told me, breath test, what will it tell or give you for me? No answers?
No.
So can I refuse it now?
You said you were going to take it. And I read all this to you. Were you listening?
I'm stopping.
One more time, is that the part that you were referring to?
I'm sorry, Judge, the part that I was,
Her talking in the background?
Yes, Judge, did you hear it?
Can you say it again?
yes, Judge.
I think it's loud as it was.
You said you were going to take it. And I read all this to you. Were you listening? You said you were gonna take it, and I read all this to you. Were you listening?
Your Honor, I can also, if that portion of the audio, you can hear it much better on my laptop personally as opposed to over the screen just for that 10 seconds if the court would allow me to approach with opposing counsel.
Sure.
Okay.
This one's good.
And I'll take for the officer as well. For the record, I'm starting at 1 hour, 30 minutes, 39 seconds.
You said you were gonna take it. I read all this to you. Were you listening? That's it.
At 1:31. The court able to hear at that point? So Officer Maloof, do you recall if my client said to you, can I refuse it now?
Yes, after reviewing the video.
And she also asked, what will it tell you or what will it show? Right?
I couldn't hear that part.
Okay. And then after she asks whether I can refuse it, you said, well, you already told me you consent, right?
Yes.
And then you went ahead and administered the first test.
Yes.
Okay. And the first test is the one that came up with the error, right?
The interference, correct.
Correct. And then you wait the 15 minutes
Yes.
and you administer a second test.
Correct.
And prior to administering that second test, you didn't run through the rights that you previously read her from the document, did you?
No, they had already been read to her, and there's only one document that's filled out.
Okay, so to be clear, the answer is no, you didn't reread the rights to her.
No.
Okay, so you didn't obtain consent a second time.
No, I received consent from her.
Okay, and then I think you ran a third test as well, right?
Correct.
Okay, and for that third test, same thing, you didn't reread her rights to her at that point.
No, sir, ma'am, our policies and training doesn't direct us to do that.
Okay, so you did a total of 3 breath tests in this case.
Correct.
And we already established that with the first breath test, it was an error, there were no results, right?
Correct.
And it was only before that test that you read Ms. Norfleet her rights.
Correct.
And she asked you, can I refuse it?
Correct.
And you said, no, you already gave it to
I
me.
did not say no.
Judge, I have no further questions as to voir dire on this witness.
Do you recall between when she asked you that question that was just discussed by opposing counsel and before you administered the second test, you said, I read all this to you, isn't that right?
Yes.
And did she say something after that?
I don't recall hearing her say something like that.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Do you know what the text is? Yeah, no, go for it, yeah.
Judge, do you mind if I log into the Zoom?
Go ahead.
So one more second. All right, late as I just want to confirm with defense counsel. Wait, this is there. 2 hours and 7
Yes.
minutes.
Yes.
We're calling this defense exhibit A.
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'm gonna play defense exhibit A again. And I want to play it. With the 1 hour, 30-minute, 10-second mark. Play it through the 1 hour, 32 state. Play defense exhibit A for 1 hour, 31 minutes, 10 seconds, and then I think this should be all right. Sorry, I stopped it. Sound. Playing defense exhibit A for the 1 hour, 30-minute, and 9 seconds.
Or guilt. Will you take this breath test? Mahogany, will you take this breath test?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you any questions? Okay. So, based off of what you just told me, breath test. What will it tell or give you for me? No answers?
No.
So can I refuse it now?
You said you were going to take it. And I read all this to you. Were you listening?
Yes, I did. I'll take it.
Okay. Did reviewing defense exhibit 2, or I'm sorry, defense exhibit A refresh your recollection about the exact statement she made after you mentioned that you read her the chemical test rights?
She asked, what will the results show?
What else did she say?
Can I refuse? I believe.
Was there something else that she said that you hear in that video?
I don't recall. I'm not sure what you're.
I'll make an argument based on the video. I'll leave it at that since he doesn't recall it. With that, I would say that I would remove the admission of People's Exhibit 2 and 3. While it seems defense counsel believes that you need to reread the chemical test rights before each admission of the test, I don't see a basis for that. She did initially say, yes, I will take this. And you can hear in that video, I know it's a little bit hard in here, but after he says, you read this, I read this to you, she says, yes, you did, yes, I'll take it. I'll admit it's hard to hear in the courtroom, but you get 100% data.
Your Honor, we're objecting to the admission of the PBT results for, the big reason is it's the people's burden to establish that consent was validly given. And the people have not met their burden here. Why haven't they met their burden here? Your Honor, it was clear that at the time that Ms. Norfleet gave purported consent and said yes, I would note that the officer asked her 2 times, as if to say, oh, wait, did you actually hear me when I said it the first time? And I think the court can infer that it's unlikely that Ms. Norfleet had been listening to the entirety of the rights, had been taking them in, and had fully understood and processed them before she gave purported consent. Further evidence of that, Your Honor, is the fact that she asked the officer, what would this test entail? What would it show? Judge, that alone shows that she had no idea and was not fully informed on the test that she was submitting for. Additionally, Your Honor, we have testimony from this officer indicating that she appeared to be very intoxicated, in his words. Judge, it's not the case that someone who's intoxicated can't consent to a PBT. That's not my argument, but it is a factor to consider in determining whether or not she, under the totality of the circumstances, consent was really involuntarily given. She was secured in handcuffs. She was in a chair. She was at the police station. She was not free to leave. She asked if she had the right to refuse, and the officer responded, well, you already told me you consented. So, Judge, under the totality of the circumstances, I don't believe the people have met their burden of establishing that consent was voluntarily given. And I only point out the fact that there are several PBT tests to show that it's not as though the officer took another crack at trying to elicit valid consent. No, are they required under their policy to get consent for every single PBT? No, I understand that that's not their policy. But again, when you're looking at the totality of the circumstances, that's one factor that can be considered. Is did you administer these rights at those 15, 20-minute intervals before doing a PBT, then doing another, and then doing another? And under these circumstances, Judge, I don't believe consent was validly given, so I do not believe that the results are admissible.
I'll briefly respond. Just a few quick points. It's not a PBT, it's a data. There's a distinction there that I do think is important. The PBT case law that you may be referring to relates to whether or not you can establish the basis for an arrest for suspicion of intoxication. This is different. He's already established that there was evidence that she was intoxicated. At this point, he's moved on to administering the data. There's an implied consent statute that lays out a very specific procedure that needs to be followed by police officers in this case. He has followed it. I don't believe there's a basis for exclusion. If the court's considering excluding in this case, I would ask for the chance to brief this issue because I'm fairly certain that a technical violation with chemical test right statute is not a basis to exclude data master results. I think it's just that part of the officer. I'm not 100% positive. That's something I've learned with the case law. But just looking at the question of whether or not consent was validly given, the points that Ms. Pilkowitz makes are true of almost everyone that finds themselves confronting a data master test when they're suspected of driving while intoxicated. They're going to be intoxicated, they're going to be in a police station, they're going to be in a semi-custodial environment. The Michigan State Legislature has deemed that this process is appropriate even with those background considerations that are true in the case. In this circumstance, he read the rights verbatim from the form, and she agreed to take data master.
Just 2 points, very briefly, Judge. This isn't, we're not dealing with a technical violation. That's not, the point of my argument is this is a Fourth Amendment violation. It's a search and seizure without a warrant. You could have gotten a warrant upon determining that consent was not validly given. And Judge, the difference here is that she responds and says, can I refuse? And he effectively says, no, you already gave me consent.
He didn't say no.
He said you already said yes. There, as I heard the testimony and the video, the response was, you already said yes.
Right.
Okay.
That's not what you just said.
Understood, Judge. So his response was, you already said yes. And additionally, she asks, what will the results show? As if to say, I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand the testing that you're doing. So that's the difference between, the people's position that this happens in every case, which I submit that it does not. And that's what warrants suppression.
All right, so as it relates to the defendant's Fourth Amendment right, it's a reasonable search and seizure. Those rights can be forfeited or waived at any time. And the officer asked her, would she waive her right? And also explain to her what chemical rights are that were embodied in that form. She indicated at the time that she would, and then there was some further discussion afterwards about what exactly is this test want to show. And she mentioned something about can she refuse it now. My understanding of the law is that it has to be unequivocal assertion of the right. That was anything but unequivocal. Asking the question, can I, or is this the point where I can, something along this way, is not unequivocal. She did not assert an unequivocal right and refuse the data master. It didn't happen. As far as looking at the totality of the circumstances, onus is not put on the people to make sure or climb into the defendant's mind, make sure that she understands every single word that's been uttered by the officer. The law is clear on that point. They don't put that kind of burden on police. As such, the court is going to deny the overrule the defendant's objection to this act.
Thank you. Permission to approach from People's Exhibit 2 and 3?
Yes.
Was it me? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he already has time. All right. Could you please start with People's Exhibit 2 and just walk us through what this form shows?
So we'll just start from the top and work our way down. It says subject test would be a good title for the document for legal purposes. And this says OD80. I don't know what that code stands for. So that this machine is it's a Department of State Police data master. It has the individual serial number for that machine, 300243. There's a test ID. Every sample that's blown has a unique number. The date, the time.
Well, let me stop you right there. That time, do you believe that to be accurate for the approximate time that you completed this task?
Yes, sir. I was kind of wanting to be more specific. I actually believe that's the time I registered her into the machine.
Okay.
Okay. And then there's the location, which is Detroit DDC. As previously stated, DDC stands for the Detroit Detention Center.
What about this next line?
This is going to be the observation start time, which would have been, that would have been 12:16 a.m., but it reads in military time is 0016 hours. The sample subject's name of Mahogany S. Norfleet, her date of birth, 7/10/91.
You don't need to read. So why don't we go down to the operator name? What does that show?
That's my last name. Under that is going to be my badge number. Then my data master certification number to utilize the machine. The report number for this case.
And then that final section, what does that show?
That's going to be the blank sample test.
And then the internal standards, which is to test for interference that might disrupt the machine producing an appropriate sample. And then it returned its test results for for her sample. The sample that she blew, it read interference. And then underneath it, it says interference detected.
Okay, and moving on to People's Exhibit 3, just the date and time, do you believe that to be reasonably accurate on People's Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And what about the OBS start time?
Do I believe that time to be correct? Is that your question, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
And what would that time be, just for reference?
It'll be 12:42 a.m. The military time is documented as 0042 hours.
Setting aside the actual time, what does that mean? What does that time mean? What does that refer to?
That's the time I started observing her. The 15-minute observation period would have began at that time.
Okay, and then the rest of this information, is that the same as People's Exhibit 2? The next two sections?
Yes, sir.
And what about that last section? What does this show?
The blank test, the internal standards to make sure the machine's functioning properly, and then her sample that she blew into it.
And what did that reflect for the record?
0.23.
And was there a second sample?
Yes.
What was the result for the second sample?
It was the same, 0.23.
And based on this report, were there any abnormalities in how the machine was operating?
There were no abnormalities with the machine functioning properly on this battery of samples.
And that 0.23, what is that a unit of? What is that expressing?
Grams of alcohol per 210 liters of breath.
I have no further questions.
Officer Kenneth?
Officer Maloof, this incident that brings you into court today happened on October 9th, 22, right?
Yes.
So almost a year ago? 10 months ago.
10 months ago.
Fair to say your memory would have been better then at the time of the incident than it would be today.
Probably a little bit.
Just a little bit. I think that would be expected, right?
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being serious.
Okay.
Okay.
You testified that Mahogany Norfleet, the woman who you arrested that evening, was seated in this courtroom today, right?
Yes.
Your testimony was that she was seated at the defense table,
Yes.
right? And prior to identifying Ms. Norfleet, you called her the defendant, right?
Yes.
And so when someone's seated at the defense table, you can infer that they're the defendant. Fair to say?
Yes.
Well, you know I'm not the defendant in
Correct.
this case, and there's only one other person
Correct.
seated at my table, right?
Correct.
So you're able to identify Ms. Norfleet today because she's seated at the defense table.
No. It's because I reviewed the video this morning before I came in, and I saw her face, and it refreshed my memory, and then I recognized her again in the court.
Okay, you testified today that you suspected Ms. Norfleet of being intoxicated, and you kind of gave a list of different circumstances that you observed, or characteristics that you observed that allowed you to make that conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote a report in this case,
Yes.
and that report was done shortly after the arrest and incident, correct?
Yes.
So while everything was fresh in your mind?
Yes.
And today you testified that Ms. Norfleet had red, watery eyes,
Yes,
and you testified that she had a strong odor of
Yeah.
intoxicants.
yes.
You testified that she was in like a hysterical emotional state.
At times, it changed, her behavior kept changing, her emotions.
Okay. And all of these assisted you in concluding that she was under the influence of alcohol.
I believed her to be under the influence of alcohol based on my observations.
But you didn't know that she had red watery eyes in your report, did you?
I'd have to look at it.
You can take a look at your
I remember
report.
looking at the video this morning. And,
Based on your
seeing
report.
it, yeah. Correct, that was not documented, that she had red watery eyes in the report.
Okay, and you didn't document a strong odor. You documented an odor of intoxicants, right?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. And you didn't mention anything about her emotional state.
Question?
Yeah, did you mention anything about her emotional state in your
I would have
report?
to look at the report.
You can, if that'll help refresh your recollection.
No, it's not particularly stated in the words that you use.
And you also testified that she asked if she had killed a man on a motorcycle, right?
If she had, yes,
And you didn't include that in your report either.
about her asking if she had killed that person.
Correct.
I thought that was in the report.
If taking a look at the report would help refresh your recollection, go for it.
Correct, I didn't document that. It may have been documented in my partner's report, but I remember it being asked.
Okay.
I remember thinking how incriminating it was.
Yeah, and then as far as, I don't know why the mic keeps doing that. The statement that you made that she said she acknowledged that she shouldn't have been driving. You didn't include that in your report either. Did you?
No.
Officer Malloy, you did not observe the accident in this case.
Correct.
You arrived on scene after the accident,
Correct.
after the individual on the moped had already been taken to the hospital.
Correct.
Do you know at what time you received the dispatch to come out to the scene?
We were instructed by our sergeant in roll call for us to go take that call. So we came straight out of roll call and went to the scene.
Okay, and what time is roll call?
Roll call starts at 10:45.
And you were working with your partner that day, I believe it was Officer Webb.
Yes.
Do you recall what other officers were on scene with you at the time?
Officer Kyle Herman was there.
And anyone else?
There was the border patrol officer was present.
Did you personally speak with any civilian witnesses on this case?
I remember a nurse approaching me.
Okay, so that, as far as you can recall, it was one nurse.
Yes.
Did you pull any surveillance footage on this case?
No, I wouldn't have done something like that. That's not my responsibility.
Just one moment, Judge. I have no further questions for this.
Did you read it?
Just very briefly, Judge. You mentioned strong emotional state wasn't documented in your report in so many words. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But you say you reviewed your body cam before testifying to that?
Yeah, and I remember her state. It wasn't something that you would forget.
And would you say both your memory and the body cam are consistent with that?
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Sir, what is legally drunk in Michigan?
0.08,
And what did she blow?
0.23.
And that machine that you use, the data master machine, you know that machine that they calibrated last time it was calibrated?
I would not have that information.
So if are there any safeguards that are built in that the machine had not recently been calibrated and it would work?
That machine won't function.
It hasn't been calibrated?
Yeah, if there's, hasn't been calibrated. If there's interference and chemical in the air, it seems pretty sensitive.
I'm fairly confident that it was working properly, given that it showed you interference the first time, then was able to read the second time.
I believe the second battery of tests are correct because number one, they both match. They're both the same number. They're both 2-3. Secondly, I have 29 years experience as a police officer and as a paramedic. And I believe that her behavior and her appearance was consistent with a person who would have an alcohol level at about that level.
Any questions based on that?
No, Judge.
Just one question. Officer Muth, when was the last time you used this data master machine? You personally, prior to October 10th?
It may have been 2 months ago. My assignment has changed. I'm in a different unit now. I'm on patrol. That's why.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses on behalf of you?
Judge, I think I'm going to waive that last witness that I was planning on calling and move for. Hopefully that's better. I will waive that last witness that I was planning on calling, that we set the reserved date for in 2 weeks, and move for bind over as is, unless the defense has any witnesses. I'll make an argument.
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
All right, very briefly, Judge. There are 3 counts here. Only 2 counts are relevant for your purposes. The third is a misdemeanor driving suspended license. So no evidence is presented on misdemeanor count during the exam. So the question, of course, for you, Judge, is whether or not there's probable cause to find that Ms. Norfleet was driving intoxicated and whether or not she was driving recklessly. This court heard testimony that basically 2 hours after this crash, she had a breath alcohol content of 0.2, which is essentially 3 times the legal limit to drive. You heard testimony from Mr. Steen that she ran a red light and that she was moving faster than other traffic on Jefferson as he typically observes it, and that she took a significant amount of time to stop. You also heard that you didn't hear screeching or something that would evidence like a hard brake. So essentially, there's clear evidence that she was driving while intoxicated. Her own statement provides that evidence, plus the data master results. There's evidence that that driving resulted in the death of Mr. Steen, Mr. Journey, per People's Exhibit 1, and the testimony from the witnesses that observed the aftermath of this crash, the crash itself. And the evidence of reckless driving comes from her speed, the fact she's running a red light, the fact that she took a long time to stop, and the extreme level of intoxication that she had in this case. With that, I would ask for a bind over.
Your Honor, I would object to the bind over without argument.
All right, before after hearing the testimony of the witnesses as well as viewing the exhibits, you're satisfied that you have met the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Her arraignment information date and time will be August 29th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Are there any issues as to bond?
Judge, I was reviewing the register of actions earlier, and it wasn't clear to me if she had a no driving, no drinking provision. I would request that those be added to the extent not already on.
Do we have the defendant on alcohol test?
I don't believe so.
I think she's on a traditional GPS, but she is already previously been ordered not to drink or drive, but if the court wants her to swap out her tether.
I want her to have an alcohol test. I don't want her drinking or driving. So how do I best effectuate that?
That is a question I don't know the answer to. I can reach out to the tether. I don't know if it's through just the Wayne County Tethers Unit and they have both tethers, and it's something she can just go to Dickerson and have them swap it out. I'll call her tether agent. If we can just give her 48 hours so I can sort this out, or by Friday. Okay.
Friday.
Yeah.
By Friday, she should have an alcohol test.
Okay. And just two things for the record. One, I just want to be clear that with regard to the defense exhibit, for the record, our exhibit was limited to 1 hour and 28 minutes to 1 hour and 33 minutes. That portion of the body camera footage, not the body camera in its entirety. Just so for purposes of any motions down the road.
I thought the whole exhibit was admitted directly to a certain portion.
My intent was to admit strictly the 1 hour and 28 to 1 hour and 33 minutes.
I thought we stipulated it, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Down the road. I think we stipulated the whole thing, so I'm gonna stand on that.
I'm not sure what difference that's.
As a matter of defense strategy, I'm just gonna make my request noted for the record if the court's not.
He has access to the same thing.
Of course. Yes,
And
but
it's the entire thing.
of course, but for purposes of the reviewing judge over at circuit court, what they review, are they reviewing the entire 2 hour video in a motion to quash, or are they reviewing 5 minutes? And I'm asking that it be the 5 minutes at this stage.
And I can tell you, Judge, that I know from experience that some judges over there will only look at what you review at preliminary exams. So that's probably what the judge would do.
It's clear for the record, I would imagine that the review judge would review that portion that this court has reviewed. I would also ask the court, while the parties are here, Ms. Norfleet understands she has no contact provision with the decedent, his entire family. I would just ask the court to advise the decedent's family not to have contact with Ms. Norfleet. I understand that it's not under court order, but I've spoken with the people on this and we agree that it's in the best interest of the parties to have no contact either way.
Yes, Judge, I believe both families should not be contacting each other anyway. I don't see any issue with the court instructing.
Again, I don't know who I'm talking to out there. I see people on my left as well as people on my right, but none of you guys should be contacting any party involved in this case, okay, for any reason. You just want to complicate things, make things worse. Let this matter play out itself in court, okay?
Otherwise, Judge, I have nothing further.
Nothing further on this. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, too. Court will be in recess till 1:30.
I'm sorry to hear about Miss Frederick's hospitalization for the exam that we're supposed to have after this. We saw that, that's why the exam got adjourned. Sounds like she's doing okay.
She's having time.
Yesterday? The Gilmore exam.
Oh, okay. I still have two more today.
Oh, wow.
This is at 1:30 and 3:00. That's your exhibit back?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Anything else for me?
No, I'm good.
My condolences.
All right,
to you,
thank
brother. Hey, lunchtime to 1:30.
Thank you, Don.
Now to 1:30. Yes.
Well, we'll see y'all at 1:30. They got them on the way up.
How's it going, Mr. Bella?
I wish I was there instead of still running a prelim from this morning, but I apologize, Judge. I really do apologize. I know our prelim was scheduled for 1:30. I'm just kind of stuck.
How many witnesses did you call out there?
We are on our third exam, our exam witness. There's only 3 witnesses.
Oh, boy. You must have did some stuff in between.
There were a couple of breaks.
Is that Mr. McKeever? You're ready for him. Calling case 2358026, State of Michigan versus Eugene DeMarcus McKeever. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 3 and 4 felony firearms. Defendant has an additional offense 4 defense numbers. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Vella on behalf of the people, P68673.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Daniel Woodson on behalf of Mr. McKeever, P68870. Mr. McKeever stands to the left.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. James Keith. All right, so the designated time set for preliminary examination, I was contacted by Mr. Bella earlier this afternoon in the case that he's stranded out in Dearborn on the preliminary examination that he started sometime this morning. Are you even close to wrapping it up, Mr. Bella?
Your Honor, I believe we're still going to have at least half an hour of testimony and then arguments after that. I am in the 19th District Court for a prelim. It was scheduled for 10 o'clock this morning. I do apologize. I did not realize this preliminary exam was going to take as long as it is.
That being the case, looks like this will necessitate this matter being adjourned. Were you able to contact your witnesses and let them know what's going on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we have from Mr. McKeever, and we'd like me on the record that we are ready to proceed. However, I do understand the people's.
All right, the court finds good cause to adjourn the matter. I can adjourn it as early as next Tuesday, August 22nd, 11:30.
Your Honor, I will be in Bellamy Creek Correctional Facility on the 22nd.
What about August 24th, 10 o'clock or 11:30?
11:30.
11:30. Is that open for you, Mr. Bella, next Thursday, August 24th?
Next Thursday, I'm scheduled to be in front of Judge Slavens at 11:30. It's just a sentencing. I can try and try and move that matter a little bit sooner if possible.
How many witnesses do you have on our exam?
On your exam, I believe there's going to be 4.
Would you be able to do it at 9 o'clock? No, 9 o'clock's not gonna work. Because we don't get the prisoners over here until about 10. Can you do 10 o'clock, August 24th, or is that too close for you?
I can do 10 o'clock on August 24th.
10 o'clock? I'll do 10 o'clock it is. The court will adjourn the matter to August 24th at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Woodson.
Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
We going back to the state. You want to go down there?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're down to 3 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
That's gonna be a partial exam. So that's gonna be a partial.
Yeah.
exam.
You have to teach tonight, Fred? You have to teach tonight?
Done. We're done. I don't go back. I'm gonna start back until 28. I'll get to law school.
Okay. How many days a week do you do it?
Twice, Monday and Wednesday.
As good as not our homicide days.
I know.
Oh. Andrea's a friend who just graduated law school to the bar.
Oh, okay.
And she's looking for a clerkship for a judge.
Actually, for a judge, federal judge.
Federal circuit.
We don't really use clerks that often. We don't utilize them that much. Especially in the paid capacity.
I told her to come down here and observe.
You need to laugh. But you need to laugh. So she didn't have to see you. So the general work will be everyone to be 224. Just let them know. And
Hey, well, they should be there on the way. Saying that shop not open, they should be card and take. Yeah. So your parking, so. Huh? It is. Right, they used to travel off without keeping. I don't know, if somebody from Triple Eight, because I wasn't with my daughter. So it's a Triple Eight home. You'll see when they get that, yes. I don't want to say y'all won't open, I know y'all will, that's fine. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But I gotta go out like that. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna lock the door. I'll be back at 3 tonight. Okay. All right, that's-
defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, discharge, anywhere the building causing death. Count 3 and 4 felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Brendan Sawyer for the people, P83033.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Bobby Silver, appearing on behalf of Aaron McClinton, who is present in the courtroom.
Mr. McClinton, tell us your name for the record, sir.
Aaron McClinton, Your Honor.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will it be?
I anticipate 2 to 3.
You have any preliminary matters you'd like to start with?
Judge, can I inquire as to who the people are in the court today?
Who do we have back there?
Anthony McClinton.
Anthony McClinton?
And Frank McClinton.
I'm sorry, what's your name, sir?
Anthony McClinton and Frank McClinton.
Sounds like they're.
Yes, I recognize them now. I said their names. Thank
They're
you.
not witnesses, are they?
No.
Or potential witnesses.
As far as I know, they're not.
Any preliminary matters, sir?
Your Honor, I just asked for a mutual order of sequestration with an exception for my officer in charge.
Any objections to the OIC remain?
What is the OIC statement? You can put it on the record.
Yes, that would be Detective Brad Comer, of the Detroit Police Department.
No objection.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, the order you to log off at this time. Anything else, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the people would move to admit the medical examiner's report pursuant to MCL 76611E1D. And that would be the report of Dr. Lo Sung.
I don't have any objection to that, Judge. However, I will be calling the medical examiner as a witness in this case. He's just not available today. I think I let the court know that. He's got COVID.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish. First report, copy. I'll just briefly summarize. This is from the medical examiner's report of Dr. Lo Sung of the Wright Medical Examiner's Office. Performed a post-mortem evaluation on April 4th, 2023. Summary and opinion states it is my opinion that death was caused by a gunshot.
I'm sorry. The date is not April 4th. The date is April 8th.
Excuse me, April 8th.
Thank you.
As reflected on the first page. The report there is report number 23-04497. Is my opinion that death was caused by a gunshot wound to the chest. And the manner of death was ruled a homicide. Further, he stated that there was an entrance wound in the right lateral chest along the mid and ciliary line. There was no evidence of close range firing. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the right rib cage, right long part, and ended within the left thoracic cavity. Approximately 1,500 ml of partially clotted blood was within the thoracic cavity. The wound track was from right to left and slightly downward when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. A deformed jacketed bullet was recovered from the left thoracic cavity and retained. And with that, we will move on to that. And at this time, Your Honor, the people will call Ms. Meeting Boyd.
Judge, there's some issues with the testimony of Ms. Boykin. Ms. Boykin needs to have a lawyer. And at one point in time, when this case, before the case was reissued, Ms. Boykin was appointed an attorney. That attorney was appointed, I think, at the request of the people, not myself. I don't know if there was any conversation between Ms. Boykin and the attorney. However, when the case was dismissed, there were discussions between myself and Mr. Sawyer as to giving immunity to Ms. Boykin for her testimony. And Ms. Boykin has not been given immunity. The prosecutor's office chose not to give her immunity. It's my belief, based on my complete review of all the discovery in this case, that should Ms. Boykin testify, she will be certainly subjecting herself to some serious Fifth Amendment issues. And so I think that I don't know why this has taken the course it has. However, as an officer of the court, and I will tell you, based on my conversations with Mr. Sawyer, Ms. Boykin needs to have counsel to speak to before she testifies, especially given that she doesn't have immunity.
Mr. Sawyer?
I don't disagree with Ms. Silver's recitation sort of the timeline of facts. The court may recall this case was actually dismissed for further investigation maybe a month and a half ago. And one of the sort of things that was evaluated was the possibility of whether Ms. Boykin needed any sort of immunity or anything of that nature. There was an attorney appointed at one point. It was Joseph Dillard was appointed. He never actually had a conversation with Ms. Boykin. I'm not sure that he had any sort of efforts to have a conversation with her, but prior to that, a decision was made to dismiss it pending further investigation. As a result of that further investigation, the prosecutor's office doesn't believe that you need to even sort of have a discussion about immunity with her. And so our reading of it is that at this point, we're prepared to proceed. And there's really no need for her to have immunity. I'm not prepared to extend immunity today.
Well, those are two separate issues, frankly. First of all, it's the issue of immunity. If it's not giving her immunity, then she needs a lawyer to talk to before she testifies. Based on what I see is clear criminal exposure from her prior statements, as well as her text messages and her phone records and her statements to the police.
All right, so somebody fill me in, because I have no clue what this case is about. How is she factoring, how is she perhaps maybe exposing herself to some criminal liability?
Okay, so the complainant in this case is or was some boyfriend, Miss Boykin, at or around the time of his death. Immediately preceding this individual being murdered, Miss Boykin was arrested for stabbing him and put into the Wayne County Jail. And yes, Miss Boykin was arrested for stabbing him. There are text messages from Miss Boykin's cell phone to other individuals looking for a gun to help her with her problem over on Harvard Street. She has clear criminal exposure, Judge. I'm frankly shocked that at one point we believed she had criminal exposure, I mean, people believe she had exposure, and now don't think that she does. She clearly has criminal exposure here and should have an attorney.
Okay, so.
At the very least.
She stabbed him at some point in time?
No, she stabbed him and then was looking for a gun to kill him.
I'll just clarify as to that point. It was one text message, and as part of the further investigation between the dismissal and the reissue, that one text message, the recipient, a gentleman by the name of Billy Porter, was actually contacted by the police department. That was supplemental discovery that has been provided in the Silver. And Mr. Porter indicated that he had not provided the gun, that this was just sort of blowing off steam, as in, if I can't get this gentleman out of my house, I'm going to have to do something else. We have no evidence that she doesn't. Well, it may be.
Except for that she allegedly accompanies Mr. McClinton to the house at the time Mr. McClinton supposedly shoots and kills his man.
But the best evidence that she actually did not have any specific intent regarding that actually comes from what will be admitted as Mr. McClinton's own statement that day, in which he is asked by the police after waiving his Miranda rights, did Ms. Boykin ask you to do anything particular on April 1st? To which he responded, no. So the best reason that Ms. Boykin doesn't have any legal exposure is actually Mr. McClinton's own statement.
Oh, that's the best thing I've heard, yeah. So now we're relying on the defendant's statement to the police that Ms. Boykin didn't have anything to do with it. When there's ample evidence throughout her own testimony. Not only that, she took a polygraph and failed. So not only that, she has criminal exposure and should at the very least be permitted the opportunity to talk to an attorney. I don't know how we get from at one point the people thinking she needed a lawyer to now all of a sudden they've said, okay, well, she doesn't. We don't think she needs immunity, so we're going to let her.
Sounds like because of that further investigation.
Because
after that further investigation, they don't feel that charges would be warranted.
Because one man that she sends a text message to says, I didn't give her a gun. Just that one man.
I have nothing further beyond what I've already said.
Let's proceed. Please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated here. Give your name and spelling. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Place a nice and loud speaker to that microphone that's going to be to your left. Make things ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Minnie Boykin.
And Ms. Boykin, are you familiar with an address of 20152 Hartwell Street?
Yes.
All right, is that in the state of Detroit, County Wayne?
Yes.
Why are you familiar with that address?
That's my home.
And could you just sort of describe what that structure is?
It's the 3-bedroom bungalow. Yes, I have finished it.
And I want to take you back to end of March, beginning of April. Did you reside at that location around that time?
Yes.
And did you live alone with other people? What are we talking?
I live with my 2 boys.
And how old are they?
13 and 14.
And did anyone else reside there as of sort of the end of March, beginning of April?
No. I did have a couple visitors just coming by.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of DeAndre Fortson?
Yes.
And how do you know DeAndre Fortson?
He's a friend of mine. I met him on Facebook. He sells food.
And how long have you known DeAndre Fortson?
About 2 years.
And when you say he sells food, can you just describe exactly what you mean?
He owns a catering business.
And did you know him to have any sort of nickname?
No. Oh, well, his restaurant name was like Joy Road Pig.
I can't hear her, please.
The restaurant was Joy Road Pig.
Joy Road Pig. And is that a sort of physical location or does it move?
It just moved different locations like pop-up shops.
And can you describe for the court the nature of your relationship with Mr. Fortson?
We were good friends. We would like he came sometimes. He would come over. But that was never really came to my house. I would usually go visit him.
Did he ever come to the location of the Hartwell house?
Yeah.
And was he, I'll take you back to April 1st of 2023. Did you ever find yourself at the Hartwell house that day?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
I would say it was the evening about 5.
And how did you get there?
I came from a corner. I thought it was.
And when you got there, was there anyone else with you?
Yeah, my friend Sharmika.
Do you know Sharmika's last name?
No.
And what did you do when you got there?
When I got there, she wanted to get her stuff out the house. She was saying that he told her I could come. If I came, that he would get her stuff out of my house, because he didn't know her.
Objection, Judge. I don't know who she's talking about when she says he.
Yeah, correct.
Oh, I'm sorry, so just say his name.
Yes, please.
Okay, so DeAndre told Sharmika that if I came, because he didn't know her, that he would let her in to come get her belongings.
All right, when you say in, let her in, what do you exactly do you mean?
Into my home.
So was DeAndre in your house on Hartwell at that point?
Yes.
And was anyone else there, to your knowledge, in there with you?
No, not that I know.
Okay. And without saying, sort of what Sharmika said, what happened next when you got there at around 5 or 6?
Once I got there, we was there for a minute, and Aaron for the.
I want to stop you there, man. When you say Aaron, who exactly do you mean by that?
He's my friend. I used to work with him. And, his last name
His last name is what?
is McClinton.
And around April 1st of 2023, how long have you known Aaron McClinton?
Approximately a year.
And did you know him by any other sort of name or nickname?
I call him LJ.
LJ?
Yes.
And do you see either LJ or Aaron McClinton here in court today?
Right here.
Can you point to him and identify him just for the record, please?
Right here.
Your Honor,
Green jumpsuit.
Your Honor, that's the record reflected identification of the defendant.
So noted.
And at the time, back on April 1st, do you know his sort of full name or did you just know him by Aaron or LJ?
No, I just know by Aaron.
And how long after you and Sharmika were at the Hartwell house until Aaron showed?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes.
And what happened at that?
When he came, I went to my side door and tried to open it with my keys. And DeAndre came to the door and was pushing the door closed, like so I couldn't get in. And I asked him, why have you come over here? He told Sharmika that I could, if I came, he would give her stuff, and he was just saying like this.
Objection, hearsay.
And when you say side door, say we're looking at your house from the front. Which side is that side door?
The left.
On the left side, all right. And at that point, on April 1st, 2023, what was sort of the status of your either friendship or relationship with DeAndre Fortson?
We were just friends, but the week prior, we had an altercation, a physical altercation, and I ended up going to jail.
Can you describe what day that physical altercation is on, if you remember?
It was March the 27th, I want to say.
And at that point, have you given Mr. I'm going to back up. Were you the sort of renter or leaser on that house? Okay. Have you given Mr. Fortson permission to be in that house?
No, when I was in the detention center, my detective came to see me and she told me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah, without saying what anyone else said.
Oh, okay. He went back to my house when I was in jail.
Objection, speculation.
I don't know if that's speculative.
Well, how does she know? She was in jail. Objection.
I thought.
She's talking about when she's in jail.
I can clarify with a couple questions. All right. Ms. Boykin, before you had this altercation that you said you were arrested for, was Mr. Fortson in your house?
No.
Was he a resident of the house at that point?
No.
Okay. When you were released from the DDC, was he still in the house?
Yeah.
Have you given him permission to?
No.
So you go there, you get to the side door. Who exactly is with you at the side door now?
Sharmika
and what happens at that point?
DeAndre wouldn't open the door, so I opened it with my key and tried to push it open, and he cracked it. When he cracked it, well, when DeAndre cracked it, he brought his dog to the door and tried to sit his dog on us, and that's when he started shooting.
I'm going to ask a couple questions here right now. When you said he cracked the door, you're talking about DeAndre?
Yes.
And when you say cracked, could you just describe for the court what you mean, how far the door was open?
Maybe like a 30-degree angle.
Do you have any estimate in inches or feet of how big that was?
What is it about? 4 inches, 4 or 5 inches. Not enough for you to squeeze your body to it.
And when you said he started shooting, could you describe exactly what you mean by that?
I'm saying Aaron started shooting, he was standing behind me, and my back is to him.
And how many shots did you?
One.
And if you know, do you know how close Aaron was to you at that point?
Maybe less than a 2.
And you said he was behind you?
Yes.
And did you yourself see a firearm in Mr. McClinton's hands?
No.
When you and Mr. McClinton had been sort of going to this side door as you described earlier, had you seen a firearm on Mr. McClinton?
He had on like a bag,
Can you describe the bag?
like a penny bag.
And what happened after those 4 shots?
I kind of paused. I had my eyes closed. So I kind of paused and DeAndre slammed the door. And then we all just go.
And without saying what he said, if he said anything, did DeAndre make any sort of noise at that point?
No.
Did you say anything at that point?
No.
Did you see any sort of damage or injury from those shots?
No.
Did you see which direction Mr. McClinton was pointing at the fire?
No, my back was to.
And have you ever invited Mr. McClinton to the Hartwell address?
Yes, he went to my home 7 times.
And so, have you invited him there on April 1st?
I told him he could come by because the police wasn't showing up. So I felt like we needed somebody there as well, so that like, okay, make sure nothing happened.
And when you say, was there a reason you expected the police to show up?
Just because I didn't want any confrontation.
And you testified that you had invited Mr. McClinton to be some sort of muscle, you said? Can you just describe exactly what you mean by that?
Just because Miss DeAndre, he was very aggressive, like when it came to me, like knocking on the door or just even trying to come to my home. So every time I did try to go there, I would call the police when I go or have my uncle or someone come.
Before April 1st, when was the most recent time right before that when you had been to the Hartwell house?
The night I went to jail.
And had Aaron or LJ, whatever you has ever stayed at the Hartwell address?
No.
And what happened after the door slammed shut? What did you do?
I left.
And did you ever return to that address?
No.
And at that point, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Fortson had been injured?
No.
When was the next time that you returned to that address?
When I received my PPO papers.
And what date was that, if you recall?
So I wouldn't say the 6th. Like the 6th.
The 6th of April?
Yeah.
And you went back to the house at that point?
I did, but I called the police before I went there and they made me there.
And what happened at that, if any?
Me and the officers, we went to the side door and he was saying that it was
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what's that, just what you saw and observed.
Oh, okay, when I got to the house, the officers was there waiting on me. They asked me.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, we went to the side door. They said they didn't want to break my door. So I had to go get my other set of keys for the front door.
So not, so the truth of the matter is certain. Because the action you took, the effect on this, take
And ma'am, did you at some point enter the house that day?
No.
Okay. Did you at some point see Mr. Fortson on that date around April 6th?
No.
Did you ever talk to Aaron after April 1st?
No.
And you went there with the police on around April 6th. Did you ever use the key to get in or open a door now?
We tried, but the front door, he had changed my locks. So they ended up kicking in my,
Did you use your key on any other door?
on the side.
And did you manage to unlock the side?
Yeah.
You yourself did that, or you?
No,
observed-
the officer.
Did you observe the officers do that?
Yes, I was standing exactly behind.
And did you observe anything when the door was open?
No.
And you testified about a PPO. Who did you get that PPO against? DeAndre Fortson?
Yeah.
Is there a reason you did that?
Because me and my kids didn't have anywhere to go. He was basically holding my house hostage. We were home when I got out of jail. And they told me just, that was the proper way to go through the court to get him removed from my home.
And do you recall what day you got that PPO on? If you recall.
Between the fourth and the sixth. I'm going to say I applied on the fourth and it got approved this week.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Boykin, you told us that DeAndre was somebody that you met on Facebook, is that right?
Yes.
And you had known him about 2 years at the time this incident occurred, is that correct?
Yes.
And prior to April 1st, how long had he been staying at your house?
He never stayed there. He was there for a visit.
Okay, what does that mean there for a visit?
He came over because I was cooking one day on the 27th when we had the incident.
Okay, so he came over one day, meaning March 27th?
Yeah.
And the incident being the incident where you got arrested for
Yes.
stabbing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you go to jail on the 27th for stabbing Mr. Fordson. And at that time, there were some issues relating to protective services taking your children to, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so needless to say, you were quite upset with Mr. Fordson, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, now you told us, well, strike that. So on the 27th, when this incident occurred and you got arrested, had he just come over that day on the 27th?
Yes, he was there. I got home about 3, 4, and he came about 4:30.
All right, and so what time is it that the police came, if you know?
They didn't come till about 11.
All right, now you told us just a little bit ago that the reason you took people with you when you went to the house on the 6th or on the 1st was that Mr. Fordson was always aggressive with you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're in this, you're not romantically involved with him, is that right?
No.
So he's just a friend that is aggressive with you.
Yeah.
I see. And so you told us that every time you spent time with Mr. Fordson, you always had someone go with you because of how aggressive he was. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Well, explain that part to me then.
I had someone come with me because when I left jail, the reason we got going to my home, I was scared because I didn't know why would he break back into my home.
Okay. So you mean on the 1st, that's the only time you had someone go with you?
Yes, that was
Let me
my
finish the question, please. That's the only time you had someone go with you to confront or to see Mr. Fordson?
That was my first time going there, right, since I got out.
Okay, so the other times that Mr. Fordson was aggressive with you, that would just,
You're radioactive.
that could be. So that time that you, okay, so strike that. So Mr. Fordson, you said, was always aggressive with you. When had he been aggressive with you before then?
Well, I've been to his house and he's been aggressive to me, and I've had to like have my family or someone come with me.
Okay, but nonetheless, you remained friends with Mr. Fordson.
Yeah.
And nonetheless, you invited Mr. Fordson over to your home for dinner because you were cooking, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular date, you told us that you had your friend Sharmika go with you to meet with to get her stuff out of the house. Is that correct?
No, she was already there. She called me and I went there.
All right. So were you planning to go there on the 1st?
Yeah.
Okay. So Sharmika called you and wanted you to meet her over at that address.
Yeah.
And why would Sharmika want to go over there?
Because she was using my basement as storage.
All right. And so when you got out of jail, did you receive any instructions to have no contact with Mr. Fortson?
No.
All right. You were free to go about your business and do what you wanted to do.
Yeah.
All right. So so when Sharmika said that she wanted to go over there to get her stuff out of the basement, you said, all right, you can meet her over there?
She was already there, so I told her I would come there.
All right.
I was only around the corner.
All right. And so did you take like your family or anybody with you at that point in time to go?
No, but I
Let
did.
me finish the question. To go help you with Mr. Fortson?
No.
All right. And you told us that when you got to the house on April 7th or 6th or 7th, your key did not work on the front door. Is that correct?
Correct.
But your key worked on the side door. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So the front door lock had been changed, but not the side door lock. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as you could see, when you got there on the 7th, a police officer used your key to unlock the door?
Yes.
All right. And you saw that with your own eyes?
Yes.
What did that officer look like?
He was a white male, probably about in his 30s.
All right. Did you get a name on that officer?
No.
All right. Now, when you went to the house, let's strike that. Prior to going to the house on the, strike that. How many times did you go back to that house on Fortson between April 1st and April 7th, the day that Mr. Fortson's body was found?
Between the 1st and the 7th?
Correct.
I went there the 1st and then I went the 7th.
All right. Did you go any other times?
No, ma'am.
Did you send family members over to the house in between those dates?
No, ma'am.
Did you send an uncle and a sister to go over to the house to get your children's clothing after you got arrested?
No, ma'am. They went on their own.
All right. So what is that uncle's name, please?
His name is Jerry Boykin.
All right. So Jerry Boykin. And what is your sister's name?
Sandria Boykin.
Sandria Boykin. So as you asked them to go to that house while you were in jail and get belongings, is that correct?
No, they went on their own.
Okay. Was that before or after, that was while you were in jail that they went?
Yes,
Okay. And so at that point in time, was it your information that the deceased was still living in that house, was in that house?
Yeah.
And you remember telling the police when you got arrested, you got arrested on April 7th, didn't you?
No.
Yeah, you got taken to the police
So I
department.
was running for questioning.
And they advised you of your constitutional rights, didn't they?
Yeah.
They told you that you had the right to remain silent and all that stuff, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you made a couple of different statements to them that day, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you told the police a number of different stories about what had occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you remember telling the police that you went to the house, and that you didn't have a front door key because your children had that front door key. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And, was that on the same day that the body was found? that you
Yes,
went
ma'am.
there? Okay, I see. So you didn't have a front door key, is that correct?
No, my son had it. They had me to go retrieve it.
Okay, and so you went and got the key, and that's when you learned that the key didn't work.
Right.
All right. And, the police, one second. Now, you remember telling the police when you spoke to them on the 7th that you had never seen DeAndre Fortson act violently before. Do you remember telling the police that?
Yes, we've had altercations.
Okay, yes, you told us you had
Yes,
altercations,
yes.
but you told the police that you had never seen him be violent before. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, but that wasn't true because he had been violent towards you. Is that correct?
We've had arguments, never physical altercation.
Well, the day that you stabbed him, you told the police that he choked you. Is that correct?
Right, that was the first time he ever put his hand.
I see. But the other times, he was just so aggressive, you felt you needed help with him.
We were just arguing.
I see. All right. Now, you told us that, there was a dog in the house when you went to that side door on, April 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And by the way, did the electricity work in that house?
No.
Okay, so while you were,
I had it turned off when I got out and I realized I wasn't able to go back home. So I
okay, so the electricity worked up until you got out of jail, as far as you know. And when you got out, you called and had the electricity shut off.
Yeah.
All right. What kind of car did you drive back then?
I didn't drive a car. I was driving my sister. She had a Chevy truck.
All right. And what color is that Chevy truck?
Silver.
All right, thank you. Now, when you were, well, the dog, how many dogs were in the house?
2.
Okay. Did you, when you left to go to jail, were the dogs at the house?
Yes, I had dogs.
So they were your dogs?
Yeah.
All right. So, what kind of dogs are they? Okay.
American Pit Bull.
All right, and, big dogs, little dogs?
One was a puppy and the older one was 2 years old.
Okay, well, when you say a puppy, how much do you think that puppy weighed?
She was about 6 months, like 15, 20 pounds.
All right, and how about the fully grown one, the 2-year-old?
She was at least 100 something pounds.
Okay, so one was about 15 pounds and one was about 100 something pounds?
Yes, one was the mother. One was the
All right, where did you keep those dogs in your house?
my basement.
All right, was there a door or a gate to the basement?
No.
So how would they stay down the basement?
No, I do, at my hallway door in the foyer, going up the basement to the kitchen, I have like a baby gate.
All right, you have a baby gate there?
Yeah, I had a baby gate.
All right, and, at some point you were allowed back in that house, is that right?
Yeah.
In fact, you live there now, is that correct?
Yeah.
And, when you were allowed back in the house, was there any bullet holes to that side door?
No, ma'am.
And when you come in that side door of the house, is there the door opens left to right, is that correct?
Yeah.
And there's a wall right there, is that correct?
Behind the door.
Yeah, and so, any bullet holes inside that vestibule area at all?
No, ma'am.
When you, well, strike that. So you told us that, you by the way, when you went over there that day on the 1st, you've been drinking that day, is that correct? Did you tell the police I was drinking? I was
Oh, yeah, you know, I did.
But let
I'm
me
sorry.
finish the question. Did you tell the police I was drinking? I was kind of drunk? Was that true or not true?
Yes, I had a couple glasses of wine.
Okay, but you said I was drunk. Were you drunk or just?
I call it drunk.
Okay.
Tipsy.
So you also told the police that, your Sharmika's cousins were supposed to come over to the house to help you, with DeAndre, is that correct?
Yes, because they were restrained.
Okay, and, that's who you called first to come over?
I assume they were coming with Sharmika.
Okay, did you call them to come over?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't know them.
Okay, now, you told us that, on the first, Mr. Fortson brought a dog to the door to sick it on you, is that right?
Yes, the older dog.
The 100-pound or so
Yeah.
dog? And, could you see the dog at the door?
Yes.
All right, and, the door you said was open 4 inches, I think you said?
Okay.
Okay, and, so you could see Mr. Fortson and you could see the dog?
No, I could only see the dog.
You couldn't see Mr. Fortson at all at that
No.
point? All right, so, that door has a screen door on it too, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the screen door open?
Yeah.
Okay. So when he came to stick the dog on you, he opened the screen door?
No, the screen door was already open.
Okay, how was the screen door open? Does it stay open?
No, I was holding it open. It has a heavy slam on it.
Okay.
So it's one of those doors you have to hold open or it'll just keep slamming.
Okay, so you're holding open the screen door.
I was never holding the door. Sharmika was holding the door and I'm standing outside of her. Of the actual doorknob of the door.
Okay, so Sharmika is holding open the screen door.
Yeah.
And, the door, the wooden door is open about 3 or 4 inches, correct? And you're standing by the door handle
Yeah.
of that door, correct?
Yeah.
And right beyond you is the hand of Mr. Fortson, right?
Right.
Holding the dog, or was the dog just?
No, he had the dog by her collar.
Okay, so he's holding the dog with his hand, is that correct?
Yeah.
Right hand or left hand?
I'm not sure. I really couldn't see because the hallway, the light wasn't. I
Oh,
wouldn't
it was
say the
dim.
right hand because the way he would have it.
It was daytime, wasn't it, when you went over?
Right, but my hallway is dark. It doesn't, if the light not on, it's like the paint, the type of paint it has.
It was
dark.
daytime when you went over, is that correct?
Right.
And the dog is being held back by Mr. Fortson.
Yeah.
And, you told us that Aaron, who just showed up on the scene, was about 1 foot behind you, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, and you heard some shots when the dog was being told to, or Mr. Fortson was gonna stick that dog on you, is that correct?
Yeah.
You don't know, you said you heard 4 shots?
Yeah.
And you're sure you heard 4 shots?
It was about 3 or 4.
And the door then shuts.
Yeah.
And you saw the door shut.
Yeah.
And the next time you come back, that door is locked.
Yeah.
In between the 1st and the 7th, when you went back, I think you told us this already, you never went back again, is that right?
Correct.
Had you called the police in between the 1st and the 7th to assist you in getting him out of your home?
No, I called them on the 7th, so I can have my PPO.
And on the 7th, did the police come to the house twice?
Yes.
Or did the police come the day before on the 6th?
They came twice.
They came twice on the 7th?
Yeah.
And the first time the police were called away, they couldn't help you, is that right?
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
And when the police were called away because they couldn't help you, did you remain on the scene?
No,
You left?
yes, they sent me to, I didn't have all of my PPO printed out, so they sent me to get the other copy and to get the key from my son.
All right. And so then when you arrived back there, did you call the police again?
Yes, I called them immediately.
And who were you with when you went back on the 7th?
I have my son with me.
Your son, and how old is he?
He's 14.
And prior to that date, had you been trying to get somebody to get you a gun so you could go take care of business on your own, Mr. Fortson?
No, I did ask my kid's father, could I get a gun because I was scared, but he denied me.
Because you were scared or because you wanted to go over and take care of Mr. Fortson?
No.
No what?
I did, just because I was scared and just for my own protection. I've never really had nothing like that happen to me before, and I was homeless.
What do you mean had nothing like what happened to you?
Someone taking over my home and I was homeless.
The man that you stabbed?
Yes.
No. In between the 1st and the 7th, if you know, did Sharmika go over to try to get her stuff?
I'm not sure. I don't think so, but she would have called.
Okay, so you don't know if she did or not.
Right.
Nothing further.
You reiterate?
Very briefly, Ms. Boykin testified that you had a couple of glasses of wine that night, right?
Yeah. It was during the day. I went over there.
All right, fair enough. Did it impair your ability to perceive things in any way, if you recall?
A little, maybe because it made, I feel like I was drunk and made me close my eyes.
Did it, but you knew how to get to your house on Harlem, right?
Right, yes. Like, I wasn't inebriated enough to be like, oh, I don't know what's happening.
No further questions, John.
Okay, so ma'am, you get into it with Mr. Fortson, you end up going to jail. You say you and Mr. Fortson were not in a dating relationship at all?
No.
Ever?
No.
Okay. Mr. Fortson takes over your house.
Yes.
You go to jail. When you get out of jail, you immediately go to your house?
No.
Why not?
Because my family told me just don't go there. If I have to go there, my grandma told me that I would just be having a fight, just try to move because she didn't want me to get in a drama or having a fight, and then I really
Where did Mr. Fortson live?
He stayed on Drew and Echo.
Any idea why he took over your house?
No, I don't. I stayed on there.
Now, you said that you had 2 dogs at that house?
Yes.
Those were your dogs?
No.
Whose dogs were?
Those were Mr. Fortson.
Why did Mr. Fortson have his dogs at your house?
Because he was supposedly getting some work done in his house. And I let him finish it. I had dog business.
Why do you have dog business?
I always have dogs.
Did you have dogs?
No, not at the time. My dog had just died.
Dog cages with no dogs, and you allowed Mr. Fortson to keep his dogs at your house.
Yes, I've been on the big dog since she was a puppy, and then, but she was kind of aggressive when she got her puppies. But I let them keep them. I love dogs. I didn't have a problem with my kids love dogs.
Okay. So you go over there and you say you don't go over there on your own with Sharmika. Who was Sharmika to you?
She just a friend. We went to sport day.
So Sharmika has some of her property at your home.
Yeah.
You're very nice. You let people put property at your house. You let people put their dogs at your house.
Yes.
Okay, so she says, I want to get my stuff from your house.
Yeah.
Meet me over there. Right?
Yeah.
And you go over there and you bring the defendant, Mr. McClinton, with you.
No, I went over there by myself. He came after me.
That's what Mr. McClinton.
I talked to him.
Okay, so you told Mr. McClinton to meet you there?
Yeah.
What did you tell him to do that for?
I told him, could you just come because my uncle and no one wasn't showing up, and I just wanted to make sure that he was safe.
Did you call the police to meet you there?
Earlier I did, but no one showed up.
So Mr. McClinton gets there, you're there, you go to the door, and what is it that you're going to do there?
DeAndre had told Sharmika that if I come, he said that he didn't know her, but he told her that if I come, that he would give her belongings. But when I got there, he didn't let that happen.
So what happened when you got there?
When I got there, I went to the door, he kept slamming the door every time I opened it. Then get the fuck away from me.
So opens the door, where you can see the dog, and you said he tries to sick the dog on you?
Yeah.
This is a dog that you're familiar with?
Right, but she was really aggressive because of her puppy.
He's trying to sick the dog on you, he's holding the dog at the same time.
Yeah.
So how is he sicking the dog on you if he's holding the dog?
He was trying to let her out the door. He was literally trying to force, like, he had her by her collar and was like, get him, girl, get him, girl.
All right, and then you're standing there and Sharmika is standing next to you?
Yeah.
And the defendant is standing behind you?
Yes.
Anybody else with you?
No.
And then you hear shots?
Yes.
After you hear shots, what do you do?
I kind of pause, close my eyes, my ears are ringing. I let the screen door close, and I just told them like, we should leave this. That was scary. I never even been around.
Did you leave together?
No, everybody else said.
Everybody had their own vehicles.
No, I called the Uber around there and I was only around the corner.
So how did you leave?
I walked back around.
Walk back around?
Yeah.
Did you say anything to the lieutenant?
No.
You didn't ask him why did you shoot?
Oh, I did ask him. I'm sorry. I did. I asked him why would you do that, and I told him just go home. Just go home.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
Now, you mentioned something about a body being found. So this took place on April 1st, you know, to the house.
Yeah.
When was this body found?
No, on the 7th.
On the 7th. Why did you go over there on the 7th?
To serve the PTO, so I can start the process of getting removed from my phone.
So you believe that he was still alive?
Yeah.
When you went to go serve the PTO, is that right?
Yeah.
You were gonna serve the PTO yourself?
No, I had the police meeting there.
How should he serve the
Yeah.
PTO? So the police gained entry using your key?
Yes, they used it for the side door, but it was like something barricading the door. So then they said we tried the front, the locks were changed, so they ended up having to keep the door.
Okay, so he worked on the side door, but you couldn't get in, something was blocked.
Yeah.
All right, so then they kick in the front door and they find his body. Did you see the body?
No, they wouldn't, they took me straight off the property as soon as they.
Okay. Any questions based on my question?
Just one. Ms. Boykin, you said in response to one of the judge's questions, you said, Mr. McClinton, why would you do that? Correct.
Like, why would you start shooting?
That was what you meant by that?
Yes, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Well, you didn't even know if Mr. Clinton had hit anything when you shot, is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, like we've already established, there was no bullet holes inside your house.
Right.
No bullet holes by that back hallway. right?
Correct.
And no bullet holes through that door, the door on the side, is that right?
Correct.
And what you heard and saw was as you shut the screen door, the side door was shut
Yeah.
and apparently locked because when you came back, it was locked, right?
Correct.
Now, the other question I have for you is you said you called the police on April 1st. Before you went over there, did you call the police?
No, I called when I realized, when Shamika said that she was already there, I asked her, why don't you go there?
Okay, that isn't what I asked you. You told us.
Yes.
Yes. Let me finish. You told the judge that you called the police on April 1st.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Did you call the police on April 1st?
Yes.
Did you call 911 on April 1st?
Yes.
What time did you call 911 on April 1st?
I went around there about 5:36, so on my way around there about 5:30.
Okay, so when you called the police on April 1st, were you at the house on Hartwell or somewhere else?
No, I was somewhere else. I was on Myers. I was walking on Hartwell when I called.
Okay, I thought you said you took an Uber over to the house.
I'm sorry, I did.
Well,
I'm
were you
sorry, I did
walking-
take
what-
an Uber. I'm thinking about when I walked back, but I did take an Uber on Hartwell and I pulled up in front of Sherman.
Let's backtrack a second. You took an Uber to the house on Hartwell on April 1st to meet Sharika, yes or no?
Yes.
And where were you coming from when you took that Uber?
Myers and Norfolk.
Okay, is that the place you keep saying is around the corner?
Yes.
So you took an Uber from around the corner?
Yes, it's about 7 blocks.
Okay, and did you call the police before you got into the Uber?
No, I called them when I was in the Uber.
All right, and what phone number did you use to call the police from that day?
1-346-7717.
All right, and what did you tell the police when you called them?
I'm gonna ask them.
Let me finish the question.
I'm sorry.
What did you tell the police when you called them on April 1st?
I asked them, could I get a police escort to my home? I need to get some things.
All right, and was that a 911 call or did you call a precinct?
Yes, it was a 911.
All right, so you called the police on your way to the Hartwell address and you asked for somebody to come over and help you get your things out of the house.
Yeah.
Even though according to you, Mr. Fortson said, come on over, it's all right.
Right.
Okay, now you answered the question.
Right.
So when you got over there, there were no police.
No.
Did you call them again?
No.
How long were you over there before Aaron got there?
About 15, 20 minutes.
All right, and in that 15, 20 minutes, you didn't call the police again?
No.
How long did you live in that house on the day of April 1st?
Okay, so that's questions not based.
Sorry, can I just ask that one, then I'm done? How long did you live in that house on April 1st?
4 years.
Nothing else?
Thank you, ma'am. Makes sense. Next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, this time if you would call Officer Goff.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear on firm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Give the spot next to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yeah, my name is Officer Goff, badge number 1072.
And Officer Goff, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Detroit Police Department.
And were you employed with the Detroit Police Department back around April 7th of this year?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did you have any specific assignment or capacity at that time?
I was working at 12th precinct as a patrol officer.
And do you recall what shift you were working on April 7th?
I worked platoon 2, that's 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
And would you have been working alone with a partner? How would that?
I'd be working with a partner.
Do you recall who your partner was on April 7th?
That I believe was Officer Board.
How do you spell that last name?
B-O-I-K.
And sir, on April 7th, did you have the opportunity or ultimately end up at an address of 20152 Hartwell Street?
Yes, sir.
And is that within the 12th precinct?
Yes, sir.
And what happened when you got there?
We were there assisting another scout car. When we got there, they were going to make entry to the house to serve the gentleman personal protection.
And you weren't the first scout car on the scene, then I take it?
No.
And what happened when you got
The scout advised me that they were.
Objection here, sir.
without telling us what someone
And
else?
besides that, a scout can advise that.
That's a legal objection, but without saying.
Okay. Cars don't talk. I don't know, maybe we could get a name.
Sir, what did you observe when you got there?
Officers were talking to a lady and they were going to go inside the house.
Did you ultimately ever learn that woman's name?
No, I didn't talk to the lady.
And what did you do on the scene?
I was talking to Officer Young and then there would be an Officer Edley. They advised me.
Objection here, sir.
Based on what they told you, sir, what?
Went to the house and knocked on the door.
And when you say the house, are you talking about 20152?
Correct.
All right. Front door, side door, what are we talking?
First went to the front door,
Did you get any response?
negative response.
Did you go to do anything else at that point?
Went to the side door.
And when you're looking at the front of the house from the street, which side door are we talking?
It'd be the left from when you're looking at the house.
And what did you do when you're at that side door?
As I was walking up to the house, I observed shell casings on the ground. At that moment, went up to the door and tried to open the door.
And do you recall how close to that door those shell casings were?
Maybe a few feet away from the door,
And do you recall how many shell casings were observed?
2 or 3.
And what did you do at that point?
The side door was ajar. Tried to open up the door. At that time, I saw a leg to an unknown black male.
And when you say it was ajar, can you just describe exactly?
It was half open.
And did you have to use a key to get to that point? Or
No, sir.
and did you ever make entry into the house?
When I saw the leg to the unknown black male, I immediately ran to the front door. With my supervisor, Sergeant Johnson, and the other 2 scouts that were along with me, Officer Edley and Officer Ward and Officer Young. And we forced entry. I started kicking the door.
And this is the front door?
Correct.
And did you ultimately make entry into the house?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to see that the black male that you had seen at the side door later?
Yes, sir. We made entry. I went to the side door, made entry, get to the living room, continued to the house, to the side door, where we ultimately found him laying on the ground, face up.
And permission to reverse the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked on the top as People's Proposed Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, that's the gentleman we found.
And does that image fairly and accurately depict the individual you found that day as you encountered him on April 7th?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 5.
Objection.
Admitted.
I move to publish it. Your Honor,
Yes, thank you.
You can take this. You can answer. And Officer Goff, did you encounter anyone else inside the Hartwell house that day?
Once we went in the house and we saw him, we checked for a pulse. We called for medics, then we continued to clear the house. We did not find anybody upstairs in the living area or downstairs in the basement.
And you said you checked for a pulse. Did you find a pulse?
No.
Have you ever been to this address before in the sort of recent time around April 1st?
Yes,
And do you recall what date that was?
it was that day. It was earlier in the day.
So you were at that house on 2 occasions on April 7th?
Correct.
Do you recall what time it was the first time you went?
I can't recall what time.
And at that time, the earlier time, did you attempt to make entry to the house?
Yes.
And were you with your same partner, Officer Boyd?
Yes.
Were there any other scout cars there with you at the earlier time?
No.
And when you say you attempted to make entry, can you describe exactly what you mean by that?
She was talking to us about.
Objection, hearsay.
We were trying to knock on the door, and she didn't have keys, so we couldn't get entry to the house.
And what did you do at that point?
Advised her to get keys to the house and make entry.
And did you ultimately return to the house that day?
Yes, to assist the Officer Emily and Officer Young.
And do you know how much time elapsed between the first time you were at the house on April 7th and the second?
Maybe 2-3 hours.
Officer, that first time that you were there at the house, did you go to that side door?
We did go to the side door.
The side door, was it locked? Was it ajar?
It was shut at that time.
It was shut. You came back the second time, it was ajar?
Yes.
No further questions from the Your Honor.
So you were not the first officers on the scene the second time you returned, is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And the date of this was April 7th, is that correct?
No, I believe it was, yeah, I believe it was. Either April 7th or 1st, I believe. I don't recall.
You think you were there on April 1st?
No, it was April 7th.
Okay. So April 7th is the day that this, everything you just told us occurred, is that correct?
I don't recall what day it was.
Okay, how about if I show you your report? Would that help refresh your recollection as to the day you were there?
That'd be great.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Ma'am?
Thank you. Showing you a document, tell me if you recognize that.
That is my report.
And what date does it show that you went to that house?
It was April 7th at 14:21.
All right, had you been to that house besides April 7th? Had you been there any other days within that week?
Not,
You went and checked for cabs to that house on that day, is that correct?
what was that, ma'am?
You got into your car and you were checking to see if officers had been at that house during that week, is that correct?
That is correct.
The week leading up to the 7th, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you, okay, so you learned that an officer, Chesney and Caprese, had had a run to that house during that week, is that correct?
Yeah, Officer Caprices and Officer Chesney were
Okay, and do you remember what date that was?
there. I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know.
All right, well, when you pulled it up, you learned that because you pulled it up on your cab, is that correct?
I just looked at the call history. I don't know what happened. I didn't look at the notes or the report.
Okay, so you pulled it up while you were still at the scene in call history, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you don't know what happened that day, but your call history showed that those two officers had made that house during that week. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
All right. And do you remember telling your fellow officers that the man who lived in the house had just made a report because he believed someone had stolen his game system. Does that ring a bell to you at all?
I believe that's what Officer Charlie and Officer Teresa said. Yeah.
So within that week, according to Chesney and Caprice, can you say his last name? Because when you were saying on your body cam, I was having a really hard time.
That was Officer Teresa's.
Can you spell that for me?
No,
Okay. But the other one is Chesney?
correct.
Is that Chesne? Do you know how to spell his name either?
How do you get all this hearsay?
Well, I'm not getting an objection here, so I'm just going to
Proceed.
judge, because I mean, isn't, all right, so, so you had received this information and you were talking to your fellow officers about the call earlier in the week, is that correct?
That's a possibility.
All right, now, you told us that, when you went to the house the first time on the 7th, the woman that you met, was she alone or was someone else?
I believe she was with her child.
All right. And she didn't have any keys to the house at that point, is that correct?
That is correct.
So you instructed her to leave and get keys, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, you told us that there were 2 or 3 shell casings, but you're not sure, is that correct?
I didn't remember the shell casings.
But you saw them, is that right?
Yes.
And if you said on your body cam to your officer on scene there that there were 2 shell casings, would that be accurate?
That's what I said, and that's what I heard
All right.
at the time. They could have found more.
Okay. Well, I'm not talking about they. You said that there were 2 or 3. I'm asking you if what you said on your body cam, which is that there were 2, helps refresh your recollection as to how many you saw.
That's what I said.
All right. You didn't recover them, right?
Negative.
Okay. You had an evidence technician come out to do that, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Now, when you went inside that house, there were a couple of dogs in there too as well, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the dogs were running through the house, is that right?
No,
Where were the dogs?
they were in a room.
Okay, how, were they shut inside a room?
So it was a door that was shut, but it was broken. They could
Okay.
get out.
It was what?
It was a broken door to it was a shell of a door.
So,
It was a door, it was shut, but it was open, like the wood part was taken out, Your Honor.
yeah, the middle of the door was open so the dogs could get in and out of there, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so while when you came in, they were inside that room, they were free to wander around the house, is that correct?
I guess.
Well, they weren't being held in that room, were they?
I don't know.
Were they in a cage?
They were just in the room.
Okay. There was food outside on the countertops and on top of the stove, is that correct?
There was some old food, yes.
And when you went to the side door, you said the door was slightly ajar, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you say slightly ajar, you mean it was open some, is that right?
It wasn't fully shut, correct?
Okay. So, like how wide do you think it was open? A few inches? What do you think?
Barely a few inches.
Oh, but it wasn't shut and it certainly wasn't locked out, is that correct?
Correct.
You did a canvas as well of the neighbors, is that correct?
Correct.
And you spoke with a number of neighbors who gave you information about what they had seen and heard in the week leading up to your discovery on the 7th, is that correct?
Correct.
And you learned from the neighbors that there had been people delivering food to that house. Is that correct?
That's what, the lady that was calling said,
What do you mean the lady that was calling?
our complainant.
Okay, so,
So are you asleep over there?
I'll just object to hearsay.
I thought, Judge. Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
How late will you let us go so I can know which witnesses to call right now?
You have another one?
I do.
Give me an offer of proof as to who's witness testifying.
Testify to the defendant's statement, it would largely mirror Ms. Boykins' statement for testimony, evidence of that.
Sorry?
The defendant's own statement, Mr. McClinton waived Miranda, provided a statement that essentially mirrors what Ms. Boykins testified about so far.
Okay. And who's your other witness?
That would be my last one for today. So just one. Thank you. That's all. Javaris Reed, Sergeant.
So please give your name, spell it to the court report.
RJ, AR,
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat for the response. Thank you, ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
Sergeant Javaris Reed,
All right, and Sergeant Reed, how are you employed?
Detroit Police Department.
And I want to take you back to around April of this year. Do you have any particular assignment?
Work at homicide.
And are you familiar with the investigation of a fatal shooting of an individual by the name of DeAndre Forsyth?
Yes.
What was your involvement in that investigation?
I'm the sergeant over the crew that responded to that scene.
And did you yourself have a response to an address on Harwell Street?
I do not recall actually.
And how long have you been employed by the Detroit Police Department?
Almost just over 19 years.
And as a sergeant for the Detroit Police Department for 19 years, have you had the occasion to perform interrogations of suspects?
Yes.
How many have you performed, if you?
Yeah, I don't know how many I've done, but I've done a few of them.
When you say a few, are we talking a lot? So
Yeah, a lot of them, yeah.
And did you have an occasion to perform an interrogation related to this investigation that you oversaw?
Yes.
All right. And who did you perform that interrogation on?
Mr. Aaron.
And as you go about performing interrogations, do you have certain policies and procedures that you follow in this?
Yes.
What are those policies and procedures?
Before we get ready to do interrogation, we have advised the defendant of these rights.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And do you have a particular method for going about and doing all of those?
So for me, what I do is I turn the paper over, I read each line to them and actually understand what I just read.
And when you say the paper, what are you referring to?
Constitutional rights.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And do you recall exactly what date and time you performed an interrogation on Mr. McClinton?
I will refer back to the interrogation form.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked on the top as people's proposed exhibit 2. I just want you to take a look at that and then look up if there refreshes your memory as to the date and time.
Yes.
All right. What was the date and time?
April 17th, 2023, around like 2:27.
And what I've handed you there that's been marked as people's proposed exhibit 2. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, the document I filled out.
And did Mr. McClinton fill out any portion of that document as well?
Yes, he signed his name and initial by each number.
And how many rights do you advise someone?
5.
And did Mr. McClinton have the opportunity to review each of those 5?
Yes.
And would he have initialed next to them?
Yes.
And did he in fact do so on this form?
Yes.
And did he ultimately sign the form?
Yes.
And is that form that I handed you there?
Yes, sir.
Can I move to amend People's Exhibit 2, Mr. McClinton's advice to rights form?
No objection.
Admitted. And you testified you performed an interrogation on Mr. McClinton. How were those sort of interrogations ultimately either summarized, recorded? How does that work?
So first, we discuss, we ask questions, we just have a discussion about what we're there for. And then after we're done, I reduce it to Wright.
And did you in fact do so in this case?
Yes.
And what's sort of the format for that reduction to Wright?
Question, answer, question, answer, question.
And after you performed that question and answer, what did you do with it?
I let the defendant or the person I'm talking to see it as accurately described their statement that they want to provide. I have them sign the bottom of each page.
And did you have Mr. McClinton do that in this case on the interrogation that you performed on the 17th?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. I just want you to take a look at that. Suppose before I go on, how many pages is that, sir?
4.
All right. And do you recognize what I handed you there?
Yes.
What do you recognize it as?
This is the statement that Mr. Aaron provided to.
Are those the questions that you would have asked?
Yes.
Are those the responses that Mr. McClinton provided?
Yes.
And the signature at the bottom of each of the 4 pages there, what is that?
That's Mr. Aaron.
And would you put that date and time there as well?
Yes.
And People's Proposed Exhibit 3, accurately reflects the statement that you took that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 3.
Well, it doesn't accurately reflect the whole statement, does it?
What do you, I gotta repeat that.
I mean, the statement took several hours, is that correct?
I don't know how long it took, but it took at least an hour. How long?
Okay, this isn't everything that was said during the course of that statement, is it?
No, this is just trying to get, the stuff was said before, but then when I try to reduce it in writing, I try to make it real clear.
Okay, so this is just a small part of what was said during the statement, is that correct?
Yes.
With that understanding, I don't have any objection.
All right, do you have any more years voluntary?
Nope, not today.
What makes the finding that the statement is normally and voluntarily given, may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, I would move to publish it to the court, and then I will have Sergeant read it in the record. You have that copy there.
Yes.
Provide 1 copy of the court.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Reed, I'm just going to have you read the questions you asked and the answers that Mr. McClinton gave you.
Will admit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Do you understand this is a criminal investigation? Answer, yes. Do you understand that lying during this interview is illegal? Answer, yes. What day did you go to Harlow Street? Answer, April 1st. Why did you go? To protect someone else. Who did you go to protect? Answer, me. Why did you need protection? Someone was in our house that wasn't supposed to be there. Who was in there? Some dude, I don't know. What happened after you arrived at the house? We went to the front door. Minnie tried to open the door. He wouldn't let her. We went to the side door. The lady Minnie was with kicking. I fired shots to scare her out. How many shots did you fire? I can't remember. I think like 2. Did you see where these shots went? No, I know for a fact. Didn't hit anyone. Did the guy come out the house? No. After the shots, did you see the guy in the house? No. What did you do after firing shots? Left. Where did you go? My girl house. What did you do with the gun? Got rid of it. Do you remember where? No. What did Minnie tell you she needed you to do? Try to get him out of the house. Did she say how she wanted you to help? No. He described the man inside the house. Tall, light-skinned, belly, period, in his underwear. Was he at the door attempting to stop y'all from coming in? Answer, yes. What was that before the shots? Yes. After the shots was he blocking the door? Yes, it didn't scare him out. Did Minnie tell you to bring anything with you? No, it wasn't necessary to bring something, but be on point because they don't know what he was on. Is there anything you want to add? No.
And Sergeant Reed, what was the date and time that was signed by Mr. McClinton?
4/17/2023 at 3:01 p.m.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
I don't have any questions today. Thank you.
Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Silver, let me have you and the prosecutor.
Do you mind?
All right, people have no further witnesses.
Correct, Your Honor.
So,
Yes, Judge, it is our intention, one moment, please, I don't want to sit in one dressing room. It's our intention to call Dr. Stone. However, he is not available, he's ill. And we're asking the court to give us another date. He will be out this week. I'm starting a trial on Monday. So if we could get something the week of the 28th. I'm going to be here with you on the 28th for the exam. I know that's not a Tuesday, but I'm here with you in the afternoon at 1:30 on Anthony Wright. We adjourned him this morning because of his cancer treatment. It's a DV case. I mean, I just adjusting that. I have other dates too.
I don't anticipate the doctor's testimony to be that long.
No.
So let's say 28 at 1 o'clock.
Works for me.
I know, so the reason we asked for 1:30 is I'm gonna be in federal court. And I anticipate my hearing taking till 12:30.